Good morning to everyone, to our dear participants, to our guests. Thank you for being patient with us. We request all of you to please stand by. The program will begin in a short while.
Good morning, everyone. Is my audio clear?
Yes, sir, it's loud and clear.
Okay, so this is just a testing. See you.
May I request all the participants to our guest speakers to please get ready, settle down because we will begin the conference shortly. Thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ivy M. Tarun, the Dean of the College of Computing Studies, Information and Communication Technology of the Isabela State University, Philippines, and I will be your moderator for this conference. It is my pleasure to welcome you all who are in the Zoom platform, and of course, to all those who are watching via YouTube. Welcome everyone in this year's International Conference on Information Technology and Communication Engineering, which is jointly organized by Core Research Foundation, Academic Development for Global Leadership in Education, Philippines, Association of Researchers of Thailand, ISB Atma Luhur, Indonesia, and Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia. This conference is indeed a gathering of research specialists and research enthusiasts from the different schools and universities all over Asia. And we are very fortunate because we have with us today experts in their respective fields as keynote speakers, session chairs, and presenters who will be sharing with us valuable information in IT and engineering. So sit back and enjoy the conference as we are about to receive bucket loads of knowledge. So to start with, may we begin with the playing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Ayang magiliw, pwes na silanganan, alap ng puso sa ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang pamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
At this time, I would like to call in Mr. Darshan Surya, the head of research department of the Core Research Foundation, for his welcome speech. Sir?
You haven't unmuted yourself.
Very good morning to all. Am I audible to you?
Yeah.
On behalf of Core Research Foundation, I, Darshan Surya, Head of Research, CRF welcomes you all to the first international conference on information technology and communication engineering. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee, keynote speakers, mentors, session chairs, participants, and delegates for constantly supporting us in these rough times of COVID-19 and helping us and boosting our morale to organize this conference virtually. Also, I would like to extend my gratitude to our co-host Agile Philippines, ISB Indonesia, UIGM Indonesia, and the Association of Researchers of Thailand for helping us in jointly organizing and accrediting this conference. International Conference on Information Technology and Communication Engineering, ICITACE, aims to set a collaborative goal for finding a new dimension in information technology and communication engineering. ICITACE is bound to serve as a platform that facilitates and deliberates the challenges involved in the practical implementation of the most advanced knowledge produced in the field of information technology, computer science, applied science, and various aspects of communication engineering. Today, in this fast-moving era, we need to compute, communicate, and connect to the fast and efficient way with optimum accuracy. IT and communication engineering are backbone of this progress. We hope to go a long way ahead and achieve more technology in future. The progressive development and around the globe has created an urge to acquire more knowledge in order to achieve more technology for all professionals such as academicians, researchers, students, and industry professionals are welcome to experience the ICITAC. The convention is being organized with the intention of getting participants acclimatized to the dealing with these developments. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you for joining the forum and wish you all the best for conference. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Sir Darshan, for your warm welcome. Moving on, it is now my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is an Indonesian academic who is a vice rector for planning, development, and cooperation at Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, Indonesia, and a former professor at International Islamic University, Malaysia. He is the past dean of the Faculty of Engineering and was the deputy dean of postgraduate and research at the Faculty of Engineering. In Indonesia, he has been active as an assessor for National Accreditation Council since 2003 and reviewer for competitive funding program Indonesian Higher Education Council since 2006. His areas of expertise include manufacturing engineering, manufacturing cost, supply chain management, project management, and value engineering. And at this point, he will be sharing with us about bringing in Metaverse closer to the universe. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Erie T. Adesta. Sir?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I call it EV. Is it or IV?
Ivy, sir. Ivy.
Ivy, okay. Thank you very much for the brief introduction. And I'm very honored this morning to actually address I cannot call it keynote speaks, but I can call it a concern because it will go into our educational system very, very soon. I doubt this will take long because I can feel it, the atmosphere is there already. So we are all talking about digital era and sort of things, but we are actually lagging in anticipating the changing of our own behavior. Anyway, without further ado, I think I would like to start with first of all about myself. Yeah, it is only about 2 months actually. I'm in the current position. Previously, I spent about 15 years in Malaysia, a full-time professor at the International Islamic University Malaysia, which is one of the what is it called, public university funded by the government of Malaysia. And my final or my last post, my administrative post, was the Dean of Faculty of Engineering. So now this morning I'm talking about a little bit different to what I can call it as my cup of tea, but again, as I mentioned earlier, that this is my concern about the future of our digital university. Yeah, so I hope that everyone will contribute to the changing, to the rapid changing, to the disruption of the next maybe not so long, about 5 years to go from now. We are in the full speed of this, they call it metaverse. Things that with us is actually anything signed by the mammoth Mark Zuckerberg will alert us, and they will try to form our mindset. So therefore, when we are actually addressing this, we need to be equipped with a readiness of the knowledge, both the attitude and also our behavior. Now, everyone now can call digital university, but the digitalization itself actually take not only technical issues, but also will take mental issues, maybe personal issues and other things. So this morning, I will just share 5 points. I think the time allocated for me is how long? I think about 30 minutes. I may not be using all the time allocated, but by looking into what is to be discussed, I think other speaker will contribute more on technical. Yeah. So already there, no, I'm trying to share my screen. If I can do that, let me first of all click the right button. Is it disabled or okay? Right, I can share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's already visible.
Okay, good. So now I'm trying to put it in full screen mode. Okay, this is the title just come to my mind, that bringing in the metaverse closer to the universe, meaning the universe that we are in today. So already been announced by the or read through my CV that I'm currently a vice rector for planning and cooperation of Universitas Indo Global Mandiri in Palembang, which is South Sumatra. If you see the Sumatra Island, we are in the south part of that island. And I also still and appointed as a, because I left the university in Malaysia, but they appointed me as the adjunct professor lately. Yeah, so I am still have a very strong connection with the IIUM in Malaysia. Okay, so the topics that I would like to share with everyone this morning is about 5. Yeah, first we try to get the same tune of what is metaverse, and second we are going to discuss why is it so important, and we look into the shift to metaverse, and then we will see the particularly the search engine optimization, because we know that dump everything in the internet. Yeah, so we have to find the right information, the right source, in order to keep up our our knowledge, our scientific what is it called, um, uh, well, our competence. Yeah, basically that actually been there already when somebody put it in the internet, so we can then easily to search. Yeah, and the last one is the social media and the metaverse. I mean, this may be drag toward the how we go to into digital marketing issues. But there is also a part that I would like to discuss, if it is possible, how that will affect the education as a whole. Yeah. Okay, so this is the topics that I wanted to discuss with you. Well, since it's only a very short number of what is it called, short number of slides that I would like to share. Number one is the introduction, of course, as usual. I would like to say that what is metaverse is actually derived from the two words. Yeah, first is the meta, means passing through, and the universe, which may plainly refer to a world with matter that will surpass the universe. And actually, this term already been there for 30 years, when it was initially coined by a science fiction novel by Neil Stephenson back in 1992. The title was Snow Crash, sorry. And in that novel, humans, programmable avatars, interact with each other within a three-dimensional virtual space used as a metaphor of the real world. So we are living in a not so real world, but it feel and behave like one. Yeah, so the avatars is actually created in this metaverse as a programmable one, as a mimicking humans. Yeah, humans behavior and movement. So then what is metaverse? Believed to be the next evolution of the internet. Yeah, the metaverse is a virtual world that mimics actually the physical world using wealth of technologies. It will be an open source network built for users to have an open space enabling limitless communication, interaction, and exploration. So the nitty-gritty, the detail of that, the technological aspect of this, I think you guys from information technology, from the what is it called, all the thing that actually bringing up things to reality is maybe electronics engineer, maybe with the background of control system, and all those things actually fall into category of well, we don't know, the separation of this knowledge may be different, but in the future they will be united together, building up a future of what we call as metaverse. Yeah. And of course, when we discuss about this, only about I don't know, maybe what few months, yeah, if not mistaken, the Facebook now rebranded to Meta, yeah, to create a digital world beyond current virtual reality. This, of course, be realm similar but separate to our own, free from earthly constraint and an open platform for us to virtually connect. Now it is 2 years, yeah, we already using internet, using the you name it, Google Classroom. We use platform, Zoom platform, whatever, you know, that possible for us to communicate with our students. So when the future things coming closer and closer to us, what is been there for many years will be changed, yeah. Metaverse, and then not maybe wrong at all. It will be a kind of interaction and exploitation, and I said before, that limitless communication. This communication platform already there and already used, you know, by all of us, if not all over the world, yeah, using the Twitter, the Facebook, run on uncentralized data centers. But the main metaverse will also enable cross connectivity between every and all these platforms. So really, Zuckerberg end goal is to build an augmented virtual reality seamlessly, merging the physical, our physics, and digital world, leveraging the latest artificial and virtual reality with the content, of course. What more, all of this be powered through blockchain technology, which, if you aren't familiar, maybe it means anyone can create and publish, yeah, can create and publish materials into personalized world and continue to completely own it, yeah, for your own personal belonging. It is believed to be the next evolution of internet. Somebody call it internet 2.0. The metaverse is a virtual world that mimics the physical world using a wealth of technologies, including, as I mentioned, virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, social media, maybe including digital currency also. So therefore, back to this discussion on things, on what is metaverse, we will be ready to adapt and adopt this thing, yeah. So the next one is, why is it so important? According to 101 blockchains, there are many important elements actually in developing the metaverse. First of all is, of course, infrastructure, human interface, decentralization issues, spatial computing, creator economy, exploring and experience. So therefore, metaverse has been predicted to give advantages to areas such as games. Of course, they are on the way very quickly there. Healthcare, education, finance, tourism, maybe construction, etc. They'll all be affected by this approach of metaverse. So therefore, when we are talking about this issue again, the metaverse could potentially use virtual reality, as mentioned before, and augmented reality to immerse users in an alternate world. In the future, this will significantly affect many things in the universe. Again, according to 101 blockchains, there are many important elements in developing the metaverse, i.e., infrastructure, human interface, as I mentioned earlier. This metaverse might sound like a science fiction story currently, and it isn't too dissimilar from the world of, well, if you know the hours of Ernest Cline's Ready Player One. However, there is a lot more to it than meets the eye. Yeah, I mean, what we can see and what we can feel, it may be not really the same. Much like the real world it mirrors, the metaverse will evolve and grow depending on what users decided to do with it. The more its popularity grows, the more depth it'll have. So if it's all a bit confusing still, I can give a set of lists that I draw from the source, to many sources that we can see, and ideas to help you to get a general list, the gist of everything of this discussion. Number one, if it exists in real time, the metaverse timeline synchronized with ours, so everything you do happens at once, there and then. Okay, it mixes up different platforms because it's a virtual world. Different platforms can work together, whether it's bringing up items from one game to another, or posting one social network, maybe to several other social network. It also promotes user-generated content creation. If one of social media marketing's biggest trends right now, then you'll be able to create content other users that can enjoy the metaverse at the same time. It's also fully functioning universe, which make the perfect for instance, digital marketing and e-commerce. As users, you can create, you can sell, you can invest all at once. It gives also users individual agency. Just like in the real world, you can do what you want, whether you are interacting with others and you are online with or working solo, making it perfect for collaborative working. So believe you me, that in the near future, the university need the collaboration even more closer to one another. We cannot do it alone. So there'll be dismantling of these boundary things, not to mention country boundary, but also maybe the whole boundary within the disciplines of the knowledge itself. So with that, I think it's always active. As a mirror of the real world, the metaverse doesn't end when you log off. You close the screen and you log off from the system, it carries on indefinitely. So a bit scary, isn't it? But I think we are facing this world soon, or maybe it's already on the world, on its way. Okay, so number 3, we are now shifting to metaverse. Marketers across the world are scrambling with excitement to find how they can capitalize on this momentous shift in culture. As I mentioned, Mark already, opening this information that they are actually using Facebook, for instance, to go down into one direction. So we'll be alerted, need to be alert that look what is the direction. We're trying to guess what is future, because being an education, being a lecturer, a professor, we are always lagging behind. How? Because we are actually the product of the past, right? We actually learn something from the past. We are delivering it now to our students, and these students are, to be made ready for the future. See the lagging? So therefore, we have to predict what's going to happen If some movement there, then we sense that movement is toward to one end, we have to be prepared to move to that direction. So therefore, when it said that we can now craft digital experiences specifically curated to bring our brands, products, or services closer to customer who might be interested in them. This is already happening. That part already happening very fast. So therefore, when we are talking about this metaverse, we are actually talking about something that marketers, I'm not saying about all only marketers, say, but we can actually develop a real one-to-one relationship, yeah, with anyone on the planet instantaneously, which allowing people to try on maybe clothing, show them around property for the architect from their home, or participating in the games and functions. All of this will be possible on a scale never done before. So therefore, notable organizations like you know that Nike, Gucci, and Disney are investing heavily in building these virtual communities. If the metaverse is a virtual world, yeah, mirroring the real one where business can build empires and the brands can develop, then digital marketing will play a pivotal role just like it does now. Merging the physical and digital worlds together to impact the way we work, the way we play, the way we learn, the way we socialize, and of course, the way we shop. It means that the way digital marketing operates will have to change. We have to change, together with this. It was estimated that by 2024, which is not long, we are in the 2022 now, estimated that over 34 million homes will own VR headsets. Yeah, VR headsets. So may as well making a business, of providing this. 1.7 billion mobile users will be regularly using augmented reality, and the market for both will grow from $2.8 billion in last year, 2021, to about $20.9 billion. This is a source that we quote from Adverse Marketing in 2022. So if everyone getting on board with tools that Metaverse is building itself on, then digital marketing needs to develop ways of using it to advantage. In many ways, it's a battle of chess between Metaverse and the digital marketing industry, trying to stay several steps ahead by planning it carefully, by trying to predict what is lie ahead. Yeah, like when you are using your GPS. Yeah, so you will have that direction. If that direction is jam, then you find an alternate solution by maybe another road, to actually arrive at your destination. Okay, so with that in mind, we have pulled together a few things that chew on when thinking about the future of, say, now I'm trying to give an example of digital marketing in the metaverse. All right, so the next one is when we are talking about search engine. Yeah. The search engine, when we talk about this, we can see that people are still going to need help, finding what they are looking for in the metaverse. They need to be guided and to be helped. Yeah. So the marketers will need to pivot similar to how they have in the past with search engine optimization to be found on the Google, on YouTube, remain visible in this new world. But don't forget that actually these things, yeah, that the range from cultivating or sharing communities that match your audience, you know, when you are trying to Google or find something in YouTube, built around the metaverse and AR and VR keywords to be linked to such interests, and even investing in creating 3D experiences um, that actually link direct to your local Google listing, maybe at the moment, yeah. And whilst there is nothing set stone to how much the impact of that engine will have on the metaverse, the way of say currently Google, yeah, you can name other rather than the brand actually, but there's no alternative at the moment. Let us just settle with this. If you are, say, for instance, an architect of, or maybe your home decor depot, yeah, you are to actually using Google AR or VR technology that can create 3D experiences directly from your local listing. AR provides opportunities for users to try out your items in their home store, in their home before they are actually buying it. Offer tips for decorating your home. It builds trust in your brand and persuade people to buy into your business over your competitors. And this all stems from that on page and technical SEO that you actually work. Yeah, you need to put it behind on the scene, behind the scenes. So if you focus on optimizing your local SEO, search engine optimization, you will appear to higher up those searching near you. And so the metaverse, the search engine might pull your digital marketing experience into full view altogether. So this actually my concern number 4. The last one on this social media and metaverse, yeah, given that the metaverse is coming from the same minds that give us Facebook, we know that the social media element is going to play an enormous role in its future. The social media giant invested earlier in the Oculus hardware, for instance, that now enables users to share the experience both in 2D and 3D, building a connection between the real world and that of the metaverse. So this actually what I call this morning is my concern, because actually we have established throughout everything, depending on the way the metaverse develops. What we call it, content creators will use AI assisted tools such as AI powered video editing, again AI assisted copywriting, AI created animation and imagery. And with all AI in the palm of your brand's hands, you will be able to use your data to drive home result by creating content that applies directly to your demographic. So basically the metaverse offers enhanced interaction with your audience. So the way you create content for them to consume must meet the enhanced expectation that come with that. The way you interact will shift. Yeah, the way you interact will shift. Maybe you will create custom avatars of key figures in your company to deliver updates, or approach customer service in new ways with virtual rooms. I'm talking about still that on the content creator that we have mentioned, we have mentioned earlier. Yeah. So with that, actually, what I'm going to say next is that in my closing remarks, it has been declared that extended realities, of virtual and augmented realities, both VR and AR, are emerging research frontier. So we in the technological side need to grab this opportunity, the opening opportunity to start digging up more and intensify our research toward this. They comprise of new 3D medium in which the physical and geographical limitation of a real world can be set aside. And the possibilities are huge and quite complicated, of course. Within the next decade or so, remember it took 30 years, yeah, from that Metaverse jargon actually come to that novel. Up to this year, exactly 30 years. Yeah. Within the next decade, yeah, we will see the rise of whole new domain of information and interaction that is essential spatial. Like the printed world and internet before it, this new medium of information exchange will go from the novel choreo many perceive today to one of the ubiquitous tools for our future research. To say that in other words is that when we are coming to this new technology, first I suggest that we are experiment using the AR and VR. The investment is becoming more affordable, and the earlier you begin, the more cemented you are as an early adopter with an existing. Yeah, you can also try hosting and representing your brand at VR event with this platform. This may also prove even more successful when you partner alongside popular content creators or influencers that you can inject into a waiting and ready audience. So it means to say that you have something that already in common, then you can try like a plug-in into that, other popular content creators. Most importantly is that just keep it as up to date as you can. The internet has had a bumpy, a turbulent, and ever-changing road to get to where it is now. Yeah, so we can only expect that the same happen to the metaverse. Yeah, set Google Alert to follow the trending topics. Yeah, with Google Analytics, maybe following leaders in the industry for their insights. Do whether you can to remain informed, so you can create actions that make the most of our new feature. Okay, and one thing that I would like to highlight is that point to ponder. The changes in our lives and society that will result will be extensive, so extensive, and well worth studying on their own. But XR, the metaverse, are not just a new topic to study. They are already means by which research is conducted and a mode of dissemination. And the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. This is what Disney quote. So thank you for listening. And this is my contact if we have something to share or to communicate with. Again, I'm not the expert, but I just try to pick up the information and trying to share with you this thing this morning. Thank you for listening. Thank you. And I return back to I5. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Erie. Let's give him a virtual round of applause, please. All right, so that was a very interesting topic about metaverse. And now we are informed of where we are and where we are headed. And I'm pretty sure our participants have some questions in mind, but don't worry, we will have our question and answer session this afternoon when our speakers will be ready to answer your questions. And by the way, the conference is being streamed live on YouTube. Okay, so all right, we shall now move on to an equally interesting topic, which is about the comparative analysis of risk management methodologies in software development. And we will hear about that from our second keynote speaker, who is the founder and president of Holy Face of Jesus Lyceum of San Jose, Incorporated, Rizal, Lyceum of Santa Maria, Incorporated, Bulacan, Santa Elena Institute of Science and Technology, Camarines Norte, and Lyceum of Tingloy de San Roque, Incorporated, Batangas, Philippines. He is also an academic consultant in Asia Technological College of Science and Arts, Trent International First Technical Career Institute, Lyceum of St. Dominic, Incorporated, and a lot more. He is currently the Dean of the Graduate School and College of Information Technology Education at World City Colleges, Quezon City, and Antipolo, Rizal, Philippines. Sir Melo, as what his friends call him, is an educator by heart. He graduated with 4 bachelor's degrees, 3 in ITE and 1 for management, 3 master's degrees, 3 doctorate degrees, and in addition, an ongoing Juris Doctor studies. I am very much honored to give the virtual stage to Dr. Marmelo V. Abante, sir.
Good day, everyone. Madam Ivy, thank you so much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Okay, today I'd like to share some findings from my comparative analysis of risk management methodologies in software development research. Actually, there are a variety of software development approaches to choose from. Several factors influence which technique is ideal for a software project. So one crucial consideration is the project's riskiness. So another consideration is how well each methodology aids risk management. Indeed, there is a plethora of research in the literature that compare the many software development process models now accessible from various angles. In contrast, little work has been put into comparing the various process models in terms of risk management assistance. So in my paper, I look at how risk in risk management are handled in the most common software development process models. So we are all familiar in particular with waterfall, V-model, incremental development, spiral, and the agile development. And this trend is so much studies is predicted to be beneficial in a number of ways. Technically, it assists project managers in selecting the approach that is most appropriate for their projects. Now, in the other hand, it will pave the path of more research into how to improve the software development process. So, in this study, the researcher look at most popular software development process models and look at how risk management is handled in each of them. So, as a result, the researcher discovered that some software development techniques include risk management by default, and this necessitates the existence of specific circumstances for each methodology. And this suggests that hazards are unavoidable rather in most software development processes, and that risk management must be improved in all software development methodologies, including risk-driven methodologies. Okay? Now, only 1/3 of software projects are successful. This means that the failure rate of software project remains unacceptably high. So, which could be related to the increased complexity of software development projects, as well as the lack of improper application of risk management processes. So, to ensure project success, we believe that the best way to manage risk in software project is to choose the most appropriate methodology for the project at hand and consider it during the development process as a risk management tool. So a software development methodology, also known as software development process model, is a way for describing the procedures that must be performed during the software development lifecycle. Actually, there are numerous software development approaches available, each with its own set of characteristics such as time to release, quality, and risk management. Regardless of the technique used, all lifecycle models incorporate the essential lifecycle events, albeit in a different order. And these models might be sequential, no, like waterfall model, or iterative, or step-by-step, or evolutionary. And they can be specific driven, no, like waterfall, code-driven, or evolutionary, or risk-driven, or risk-based, like spiral. And they can either be classic, no, the traditional waterfall model, or agile, the scrum. No? Indeed, there is no one-size-fits-all approach for all software development projects. Each model has advantages and disadvantages, or pros and cons, in different situations. Because the development environment, so the type of project under development, so the development team and the potential hazards all play a role in determining the approach to use. So as a result, it is the developer's responsibility to choose the approach, or any customized mix, actually, the best suit the project needs. Again, risk management is now regarded a major goal of any selected techniques, as a potential hazards in each software project have a significant impact, no, on the selection of the most appropriate software development approach. So as a result, every software development process is best utilized when it is viewed as a risk management tool. So by their very nature, several software development approaches assist risk management to varying degrees. So in the parts that allow, we look at how risk management is handled in the most common software development approaches. So the research approach used was a systematic literature review with the goal of evaluating existing software development methodologies rather than conducting a comparison analysis between these models in terms of risk management representation. So the primary goal of this inquiry is to show evidence that risk management is required in all software development processes, including risk-driven methodologies. So during the analysis, the researcher examined the current level of risk management in the most popular software development techniques. As what I mentioned earlier, no? I'll just simply focus on waterfall, V model, incremental, spiral, and agile. And I underline the sources of risk it came to resolve for each one, as well as the risky areas impeding its implementation. Now, for a waterfall model, because of the nature of the model, I can conclude that dangers in the waterfall model are unavoidable. No, even in Roy's modified waterfall model, no, the following are the key sources of risk in the waterfall model. Number one, the continuous requirements change. So the frequent requirement changes during the development phase are a major risk issue for waterfall projects. So due to its rigid structure, so the waterfall model is unable to adapt this modification. So to ensure that no changes arise later in the development process, the waterfall model approach mandates that all requirements be properly documented in advance during the requirements stage. Clearly, this is an idealized situation, as it is difficult to specify all requirements in advance in a real projects. So as a result, it's nearly impossible to keep needs from changing. In reality, constant need change is neither an issue to be solved, nor it is limited to the waterfall approach. No? Rather, it is the inherently unstable character of software projects combined with the waterfall model's rigidity that has made its implications substantial in the waterfall model. Another concern with waterfall model is no overlapping between stages. We need to finish the first step, then after that, second step, and so on. So another source of risk in the waterfall model is that each step must be completed in its entirety before moving on to the next. In other words, it does not allow for stage overlap. Because the phases in the waterfall model are relatively long, this will obviously waste time, money, and other resources. So as a result, most team members who are in the charge of certain stages will spend the majority of their time waiting for other stages to finish before they can begin working on their own. The next will be the for quality assurance. So another source of risk is a lack of quality assurance at various stages of the development process. Now, recently, product validation has been limited to a single testing phase in the development process. So as a result, the testing step is in the waterfall model is the most dangerous as it all the last stage in which the system is subjective to testing. So all problem flaws and hazards are identified too late when resolving them necessitates extensive rewrite, which takes time, money, and effort. Another thing is the relatively long stages. So another source of risk in this model is the unusual long stages, which make it difficult to estimate the amount of time, money, and other resources needed to effectively finish each stage. Furthermore, with the waterfall model, no working product is available until late in the development process. So when the product is nearly complete and any changes are difficult. What's more, imagine if the product didn't live up to users' expectation. Okay? Another methodology, of course, is the incremental development. Incremental development is a waterfall model variation that consists of a succession of waterfall life cycles in which the software development project is split down into smaller chunks known as increments. So, the incremental development approach was made to address the risk that come with deploying a large software project over a single lifespan under a pure waterfall model. First, because the project is broken down into smaller portions, the development effort is spread out over numerous stages. So as a result, rather of a single iteration as in pure waterfall development, risks are dispersed over numerous iterations. Clearly, in the former instance, managing those risks would be easier. Waterfall development is threatened by the fact that it requires all requirements to be well established in advance. And its structure prevents requirements from being updated throughout the development process. So by grouping needs and implementing its group in an increment until the system is complete and all requirements are met. Because incremental development eliminates this risk. So despite the fact that most requirements must be known ahead of time, gradually constructing requirements allows for new requirements to be added in succeeding increments. In addition, incremental development allows for changes in requirements which are reflected in the following increments. Changing need occurs as a result of client input on previously built increments which can be thought of as prototypes for future increments. The additional risk of incremental development reducing the waterfall model is the time, cost, and other resources wasted by banning overlapping. Because numerous micro increments might overlap in incremental development and most team members can work in tandem. Errors in prior increments could be rectified while the current increment is being developed. This, of course, saves time, money, and other resources. As a result, it's more likely that the initial deadlines will be met. Unlike the waterfall model, unlike the waterfall paradigm, incremental development allows for early customers' delivery of initial releases with core functionality. Indeed, these releases are operational but unfinished systems that are delivered early to customers in order to assist them form a realistic image of the system in progress and to allow them to provide feedback early on, reducing the cost of any changes. Another issue, of course, is user acceptance of the system. Because instead of introducing a new system to end users all at once, as in the waterfall approach, the system would be more acceptable if it was delivered to them gradually. Now, what will be the major source of risk in the incremental development? Because still, the incremental development suffers from different sources of risk that are delayed requirement implementation, propagation of bugs through increments, underestimation of time and other resource requirement for each increment, and the time and cost overrun. The next model, of course, is the V model. Okay. So for verification and validation procedures, which are limited to a single testing phase, completed recently in development process are one of the key risk factors that threaten the waterfall model as previously highlighted. Now, the V model is a version of a waterfall model that was developed to address this danger. So the V model is a software development process that focuses on testing. It prioritizes both development and testing equally. Because of its symmetrical form, testing can begin early in the development process and be coordinated with the various phases. And this could be accomplished by creating test plans and test cases before beginning actual testing during each development step. This allows requirements in designs to be easily confirmed during the testing phases. Furthermore, test preparation at each level aids in the early detection of project-specific hazards and their reduction through improved process management. So the B model is an improved version of a B model that adds user interaction, risk, and opportunities to the Z-axis. Despite the fact that the V model is a highly organized, disciplined process model, today's developers consider it to be overly rigid due to its inflexibility when compared to the current evolving nature of software project. The next one is the spiral model or the spiral development. Boehm presented the spiral model as a risk-driven software development process model in which the entire development process is governed by the risk involved. So its goal is to, of course, is to detect and evaluate software project hazards as well as to help reduce those risks and control project costs for a more well-managed software project. Indeed, Spiral's explicit risk management set it apart from other process model that use various forms of risk management as subtasks but lack the same level of explicit representation as Spiral. So these features ensures that most risks are identified early and significantly sooner in the Spiral than in other process model. Because Spiral development support risk management in software projects in several ways. No? The initial risk analysis that acts as look-ahead step and aims at identifying most risks threaten the project, classifying risk into user interface risk and development risk. Evaluate this risk to decide upon the risk to handle through each cycle. And moreover, this classification helps developer in implementing risk resolution techniques such as prototyping and benchmarking. Now, what will be the major source of risk in the spiral model? Despite its risk-driven nature, Spiral has its own sources of risk, which are summarized. Now, number one, high reliance on the human factor. Because all of the actions involved in detecting, analyzing, and resolving risk rely on developers' experience and ability to recognize and manage risk. If these skills aren't available, serious dangers may go undetected for multiple life cycles, only to be recognized after they evolve into real concern. The cost of rework to recover from this risk becomes extremely expensive at that point. Another major risk is detailed risk management process. Due to its iterative nature, Spiral may increase cost in schedule concern, especially for low-risk projects when risk assessment at this level of granularity is not necessary. And the last, of course, is the agile development. Scrum, adaptive software development, feature-driven development, and dynamic system development method were among the lightweight software development methodologies that emerged, of course, in mid-90s. Agile was first coined in 2001 to refer to a group of lightweight software development methodologies that emerged in the mid-90s. In contrast to heavyweight methods such as waterfall, lightweight techniques place less emphasis on formal process steps, and they go forward with development without weighting the formal requirements in design specification. So, the fundamental focus of Agile is the close, informal communication between the various system stakeholders, including developers and customer representative. Indeed, communication is the source of planning, requirements, risk identification, feedback, and modifications in Agile. Based on my research, I can conclude that there are two opposing perspectives on risk management in the Agile setting. The first asserts that Agile is by its very nature a risk-driven methodology that implicitly support risk management. Me personally argue that risk management is these initiatives does not need to be improved. So the second, on the other hand, argues that the state of risk management in Agile is similar to that of other traditional models in that risk in Agile should be improved to compensate for the lack of risk management in Agile projects. So the supporters of the second viewpoint think that Agile's intrinsic risk management driven character is insufficient in some instances. So the constant changes in requirement in the surrounding environments are a big risk factor for today's software project. And this danger is addressed through Agile development. Agile is flexible method to change thanks to the incremental iterative approach it uses, where each increment is very brief and the developers are in constant contact with the customers. As a result, any changes in requirements will be recognized early as soon as the first software releases are released. And the project will be able to immediately react to these changes. Because of the continuous connection with the customer, requirements are gathered directly from the customer at each increment rather than via formal documents that reflect them as in other traditional development approaches. And this would remove any ambiguity in requirements and assure stakeholders' commitment to the needs they give. No, Agile development is best suited to software projects that lack organized planning due to its adaptable planning feature, which necessitates only a few formal planning activities. So, due to its dependence on automated test cases, Agile development reduces the chance of delivering software that contains flaws. As a result, the program is tested at each release and retested if a bug is found to ensure that it has been fixed. So, major source of risk in the Agile development. Despite its claim about risk management, now Agile development lacks any clear recommendation for dealing with these issues. As a result, numerous risk sources will be unaddressed. The key cause of risk in Agile development, number one, especially if you are developing a very large software system, because the resulting increments would be rather significant. The intrinsic risk management in Agile development is inefficient for large, complicated software system. This would lengthen the period between increments, necessitating a higher cost to deal with any changes or defects that were detected. Of course, in Agile, we need to have a large development team. So it is not appropriate for large group because coordinating communication among members would be much more complex. Next will be the high reliance on human factor. It is entirely dependent on the development team's experience and ability to communicate effectively with clients. If the project fails to meet these requirements, failure is unavoidable. Another is inappropriate customer representative, because another danger element is the lack of an appropriate customer representative. In fact, this component has the same impact on the development process as team members. Another is distributed development environment. This method is not appropriate for building software projects in a distributed setting since it necessitates close face-to-face communication between the development team. Otherwise, other forms of communication such as video conferencing should be used on a daily basis. And the last, of course, is the scope creep. No? Another significant risk issue is scope creep or scope creep, no, which occurs as a result of the methodology's minimum planning, no, which allows developers to become sidetracked from the project's major goals. As a result, the project will grow in size, get more complex, and eventually exceeded. Okay? Now, in my conclusion, I look at the most popular software development process models and look at the level of risk in each of them. each of them. As a result, I discovered that some software development techniques include risk management by default. And this necessitates the existing of specific circumstances for each methodology. So this suggests that hazards are unavoidable in most software development processes, and the risk management must be improved in all software development methodologies, including risk-driven methodologies. A fascinating area for future research is determining a strategy for improving risk management in various software development processes. So that's it. Thank you for listening, and good morning everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melo, for your valuable insights on risk management methodologies. Risk management is indeed very important in software development, as mentioned by Dr. Melo. So let us please give him a virtual round of applause, please. Ayan, so for your questions, just write them down for the moment and share it with us during the question and answer session this afternoon. All right, so at this point, our keynote speaker will be an industrial expert. He is the head of data at Accelerate, Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. He is an expert on artificial intelligence, data science, and analytics with more than 10 years of experience. He is also a certified data scientist and TensorFlow certified developer. Likewise, he is an expert on machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, data analytics, and business intelligence. His analytic experience includes ETL, descriptive and predictive data analysis, and data visualization. He conducted various training sessions on data science analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, as well as attended various international conferences as keynote speaker and guest on data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence in various universities across the Asia-Pacific region, with over 6 years of training and teaching experience in data science and analytics. He is also the owner of more than 20 data communities over the globe and runs a small YouTube channel on his name, having 17,000 subscribers. It is an absolute honor to bring to the virtual stage Mr. Satyajit Patnaik for his expert talk on the topic Introduction to Data Science and its Career Aspects. Sir?
Thank you for inviting for this wonderful session. And luckily, you pronounced my name accurately, which makes me really feel good. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me for this wonderful conference. And I'm really grateful for being a part of this as a keynote speaker. And yeah, everybody might have already known about me, and I'll also talk about myself a little bit. So I hope everybody knows that my topic of discussion is going to be on the basics of introduction to data science. What exactly is data science? We'll also be trying to answer what is AI, what are the future scope in various companies right now, because everybody knows that data science, AI, machine learning, all these are some jargons which are which have popped up in the market right now, and many people are really curious to know about this particular industry. So talking about myself, this is the overall agenda for this particular session. I have 30 minutes of time, so I'll try to finish it up as soon as possible. This is the overall agenda that we have. We'll be talking about the introduction first, what exactly I do, and we'll also be talking about the data science learning path. And then we'll talk about the introduction to the field of data science and analytics. We'll also talk about the various applications of data science and AI. And last but not the least, we'll be talking about the various career opportunities in the field of data science and analytics. So I'm pretty much sure, even if I have 30 minutes of time, I'll try to answer and clear out most of your doubts that we might be having right now. So a brief introduction, which I have already been introduced. So very thankful for that. I do have around 10 and a half years of experience, industrial experience, and I'm currently working as a head of data in one of the edutechs in Hong Kong. About me, I have attended a lot of various training sessions on data science and analytics across the globe, and have been a guest lecturer in various universities, various colleges. Apart from that, I have been into edutech industry from the past 5 6 years as a part timer. Apart from my industrial training, apart from my industrial job, I have been into the edutech industry, and I have been teaching students from the past 5 6 years into data science. I do have a very small YouTube channel as well, which has around 19,000 subscribers, where I also teach data science and analytics. Some of my certifications are already mentioned. I am an official Indian Speakers and Coach Forum certified speaker. Apart from that, yes, I am data science certified and certified on various other cloud technologies and Java. I would like to introduce a very small community that I wanted to talk about. So I have, even though I'm currently working for an organization in Hong Kong, I have started my own community, which is called as ZEP Analytics. Well, it is not officially launched, so I will not be talking in a detailed manner about this particular forum, but giving you just an idea that this is one of those websites where uh, it's not a promotion. I have just it's going to be introduced on 1st of April. And the main idea about this platform is, yes, there will be some courses section where there will be paid courses, but majority of my 50 to 60% of my courses will be free courses. So people can enroll for these courses and it's free of cost. And the main idea about this platform is that currently in the world, many people are into blogging. They write blogs on various platform, on Medium, on Analytics Vidya, on various other platforms. But people don't get paid for writing blogs in majority of the platforms. Even though they get paid from Google Ads. So in my platform, I'm inviting people to join the platform as a blogger, where they can write blogs, and by writing blogs and by reading the blogs on the platform, they can earn points, and using those points they can also get some cashbacks. They can enroll for some courses. So in short, if you are dedicated enough, you can take the courses for free. So I'll be not focusing on the platform right now. We'll quickly jump into the today's class, which is going to be on AI and data science. So this overall is the flow structure of the field of data science and analytics. Now, before talking about this thing, let me just quickly explain you how does data science and analytics umbrella looks like. Now, if I talk about the umbrella, which is data science and analytics, sorry about my handwriting, data science and analytics, this is the overall umbrella that we have. Inside that, we have a field of data analytics, we have a field of data science, and we have a field of data engineering. All these terms are under the umbrella which is called as data science and analytics. People also call it as AI, but AI is mostly this part, the data science part. Data analytics is something where people do the initial analysis of data. For example, you are working in a company and your manager gives you some customers data, and he asks you, can you find me some insights, can you find me some patterns, can you find me some findings from the data, what the data is telling me. This is where the data analyst role comes into the picture, where somebody who is working as a data analyst, he will be analyzing the data and he will be getting insights from it. So there are various tools, there are various BI tools or business intelligence tools that also comes under the data analyst roles, where people get insights and they convert those insights into beautiful dashboards or beautiful visualizations. So These are the areas where data analyst works. Now, after data analyst basically gives you the insights and passes on the insights to the data science team. Now, data science team gets insights from data analytics team. And then here, using some predictive analytics techniques, using some machine learning algorithms, some deep learning algorithms, what here we do is we create models. We create some models which takes data as an input, understands the pattern of the data, and creates a predictive model which will be able to predict anything which is not in the existing data set. One quick example will be weather forecasting. For example, I have 12 months of data. Now, my AI model looks like this. So this AI model is nothing but a regressive predictive model. Will not go into the depth of the technicalities, but just imagine this is an AI model. So 12 months of data goes into the AI model. Now AI model understands the 12 months of data. It understands the patterns. For example, the pattern is something like this. So AI model understands that, yes, from the first data point till the last data point, I see there is an increasing trend. I also see some seasonalities. So there are some patterns which the AI model understands, and based on those patterns, it creates a model. Now, what is the model's final, why the model is created? The model is created to predict the next few transactions or next few predictions. Let's say somebody asks you, can you do me a forecasting for the next 1 month? If you pass this data, the model will be able to predict, oh, probably this is the pattern. And this is how your AI model works. Similarly, another type of AI problem is, for an example, you have 1,000 records. Out of those 1,000 records, maybe 100 records are fraudulent records and 900 records are non-fraudulent, right? Imagine you are analyzing bank transactions data or any kind of network related data. Now, you already have an existing data, which is of 1,000 records. And out of that, 100 is fraudulent and 900 is not fraudulent. Now, what you need to do is you are creating an AI model that basically takes all this data. So again, there are some different steps. What we usually do is we divide the data into training and test samples, where just imagine I divide this data into training and test. My training data is 800 and my test data is 200. Now, out of 800, maybe 750 are non-fraudulent and 50 are fraudulent. Now, this data is being trained in the AI model. AI model trains on these 800 records. It identifies the pattern of these 50 records. It identifies the pattern of these 750 records. Now, once your model is created, we use this testing data to test it. Because for the testing data, we already know what is fraudulent and what is not fraudulent. And based on my predictions, I will just compare my results. So it will be a prediction versus my testing data comparison. If my model's accuracy is good, then we finalize the model, and then the model will be able to predict a new transaction that comes out of the box. That's a basic scenario about the data science part that we do. And another field of study inside data science and analytics is going to be data engineering part, where once your final model is ready, how do we deploy it? Should we use cloud networks? Should we use our on-premises infrastructure? And this is where data engineering part comes into the picture. So this is overall data science and analytics, and that is why I have mentioned the flow this way. It all starts with data analytics, then it comes to machine learning NLP, which is basically your predictive analytics part or your data science part, and then comes your model building, and beyond that your model deployment, which is the data engineering part. So this is going to be the overall learning path for a data scientist. It all starts with business understanding. So what exactly is business understanding? when you as a data scientist starts working on a project or starts working on a use case, what we usually do is we try to understand what the problem is. So if I have experience in telecom, I will definitely be a good fit in a telecom company because I already know about telecom. If I'm coming from telecom background, it will be very difficult for me to work on a banking sector because banking sector business model is different than telecom. However, I can cope up, but there will be difficulties. So business understanding is very important. It all starts with business understanding. Once our business understanding is done, our very next step is going to be selecting the right types of problem to solve. Now, I'll quickly switch back to Paint so that I can explain in parallel. So, right types of problem to solve. What exactly this means? Just imagine that I am a data scientist and I have been hired in a company as a data scientist. Now, the first task is to understand the business. I need to understand what are the drawbacks, what are the problems happening, are the customers happy or not. These are the things I need to know before getting into any of the data science work. Once I know them, our next step is selecting the right types of problem to solve. Now here, this is nothing but imagine I'm working in the telecom domain. Now my manager tells me, you know what? People are leaving our companies. Customer are churning. So churning basically means if you are currently on X network, let's say you are on Vodafone network. So I believe you, everybody, most of you are from Philippines. Maybe I'll take an example of Philippines because I have worked on Globe network as well. So let's say you are currently working on Vodafone and tomorrow Globe gives you a better offer. So definitely there will be some percentage of the people who will be leaving Vodafone and will be joining Globe because Globe is giving you the same features what Vodafone used to give in 50% discount. Definitely people will leave, right? But when people leave Vodafone and join Globe, that's a loss to Vodafone. Now, just imagine I have been hired into Vodafone and my manager has asked me, you know what? People are leaving the companies a lot. Another problem is that there are so many customer complaints related to multiple things, customer complaints. I'll just write it down here. Another use case will be, you know what, you need to do some call detail record analysis. Call detail record analysis basically means who is calling at what time. So there are some different use cases in telecom industry. Now, your first task is to understand the different problems in the company and then prioritize them. So this is where you're selecting the right type of problem comes into picture and picking the successful measures. In short, I will explain this thing like this way, that we as a data scientist, we analyze multiple use cases and then we analyze which use case is going to give my company the most revenue impact. Now I know that this particular use case will give me most revenue impact because if I'm able to retain some customers by giving them some offers, if we are able to predict who are the potential customers who might leave Vodafone and might join Globe or any other company, maybe what I can do as a data scientist is I can recommend them some offers, $50 offer or $40 offer or something like that. And in that case, I will be able to retain some of them. And when I'm able to retaining them, that's a success story for the company because I'm saving some revenue there. Once you finalize which use case to first start with, our immediate task is to collect the data. Collection of data, when you are working on organizational point of view, you might be having your organization database. So you start collecting your data. If you're working in a startup, probably you might not have so much of data. In that case, what we need to do is we need to scrape data from various websites or find some open source data from public data sets. So after your collection data is done, let's say you have collected data. Now this data will be a combination of good data and bad data, right? Now what we need to do is here we need to act as a data analyst and start preparing the final data. Now what does this mean? From raw data to the prepared data, what we do here is we do a lot of things. We do handling missing values. If there are some data type mismatch, we try to fix them. If there are some absurd columns which are not going to be useful, we ignore them. So a lot of data cleaning and data transformation activities are done in this step, where we convert our raw data to a transformed data or prepared data. And this prepared data is next. We then proceed with the prepared data to perform the EDA. EDA is nothing but exploratory data analysis. So here we perform EDA, exploratory data analysis, and this is where the data analyst comes into picture. Here also data analyst comes into picture, extracting raw data to prepared data and EDA. Simply, if I explain EDA, EDA is nothing but getting insights from the data. Just imagine you have 1,000 records, and maybe out of 1,000, 200 people have left the company and 800 people are still active in the company. What is EDA? In EDA, you try to analyze multiple columns and try to check what are the distribution of different type of data, what are the different patterns. One quick example will be, just imagine you have a column called as gender. Now what you do, in your original data, you try to see what is the gender distribution. Let's say the gender distribution is 505 male and 495 female. Okay, so we have an equally distributed gender. What I need to do now is, out of the people who have left the company, I will try to analyze the gender again. Now gender again is very balanced, maybe 102 are male and 98 are female. Now the insight from this particular insight gathering process is basically clear, that gender is equally distributed and people who have left the company are also equally distributed. That means gender might not be a very impactful column. Imagine a scenario where here you have 50-50 ratio, but the people who have left the company, now male are probably 150 and female are 50. Now you are getting a good insight that the male customers are more likely to churn. Maybe there could be multiple reasons, but this is just one of the examples of EDA. Similarly, after EDA comes your feature engineering, model building, and exploring models, where we get started with the model building part, the AI model building part. And then after the AI model is built, we try to evaluate various models. So just imagine, one second. So my EDA is done. So after my EDA is done, my next step is to create models. Now, when in machine learning, we create multiple models. We don't create just one model, because there are multiple algorithms in machine learning. So just imagine I'm creating model 1, model 2, model 3, model 4, and so on. Now, model 1 is one specific algorithm. Let's say it is a decision tree classifier. This is a random forest classifier. This is a naive Bayes classifier. This is an XGBoost classifier. Now, as a data scientist, we are not clear which classifier will be the best for this particular use case. And that is the reason machine learning and deep learning AI is very uncertain. We cannot predict before implementing and before checking the results. Now, what we do is we train the model. So again, I will take this example. I have 1,000 records. I'm dividing the record into training and test. Let's say my training data is 800 and my testing data is 200. So I train the model using my training data, and then test it using my test data. So let's say my model 1 is giving me 80% accuracy. Model 2 is giving me 82% accuracy. Model 3 is giving me 78% accuracy. Model 4 is giving me 84% accuracy. Now, here I know that this model is giving me the best accuracy. What I will do is I will take it to the next step and try to perform some other steps. There are some hyperparameter tuning steps where I can also increase the accuracy from 84 to 90. And then what I do is I deploy the model. So this is the entire workflow of a data scientist. So evaluating models basically is nothing but understanding multiple models, then model iteration and model deployment. So this is the overall learning path of a data scientist. Now, just one second. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Sorry. Yeah. So this is the biggest confusion that people have in the field of AI, data science, and analytics. People are confused about AI, what is AI, what is ML, what is DL, and what is DS. Now, I will probably, if I had more time, maybe I could have also explained one funny conversation that I had with one of the HRs while applying for a job, but maybe some other day. But we'll quickly jump into what exactly is AI, what is machine learning, data science, and deep learning. Because many people are confused about it. People think AI is ML, AI is AI is not data science. That this is what people think. Many people think that way, but everything is almost interconnected with each other. Now, AI is nothing but the overall picture. Just imagine AI is nothing but an area of research where we achieve AI through multiple other areas of researches. Imagine AI is nothing but the bigger box. Now there are multiple subdomains that basically helps you to achieve AI. AI is something which is achieved through multiple areas of researches. One of those areas of researches is machine learning, robotics, natural language processing, text to speech, speech to text, computer vision. So there are multiple other domains or multiple other areas of research that basically helps you to achieve AI. Machine learning is just one of them. And talking about machine learning and deep learning is going to be a part of machine learning. People also think machine learning and deep learning are completely different, but no. Deep learning is a part of machine learning. Simply, deep learning is nothing but the concepts where we use neural networks. The way our human brain works is basically the way how deep learning network works. So there are some use cases which cannot be done in the machine learning, the classical machine learning part. There are use cases like when we deal with images, image classification, or with videos, or with audio related data. So in that case, our traditional machine learning programming language or the traditional machine learning will not be able to solve those problems where we use deep learning. Now, what is data science and how it is different from AI? Data science is simply nothing but the field of study. Now, computer science and engineering, many people take that as a elective in their bachelor's degree, right? What is computer science and engineering? At least I was a computer science engineer and I learned about computers in my entire 4 years. First year, I learned about some languages, C, C++, Java. So what I learned throughout my 4 years journey in my bachelor's degree is all about computers. So that is called as the study of computers, which is computer science and engineering. Similarly, data science is nothing but the study of data. Wherever you are studying data, that is called as data science. So in short, AI is also data science. Now, what is machine learning? Can we have a reminder how much time do we have so that I'll just try to. Can I take 10 more minutes?
Just go ahead, Sir Satyajit.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So our next topic is going to be what is machine learning. Again, there is a story, but again, I will not talk. But machine learning is simply nothing but a field of research where we achieve AI. Machine learning is a type of AI that provides computers with the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed. That means we do not program machine learning. It basically understands the patterns from the data. So there are multiple use cases of machine learning. Weather forecasting. Let's say you talk about speech detection, or you are doing some translation of some languages. Everything is machine learning. Predictive analytics, where you are predicting whether a customer is fraudulent or not. You are predicting whether a patient is diseased or not. So all these are going to be machine learning. Machine learning focuses on the development of computer programs that can teach themselves to grow and change when exposed to new data. So basically, when you have new data, it is able to identify the patterns and rectify the models internally. But why do we need machine learning? Honestly speaking, machine learning, data science, everything became like people came into learning these kind of technologies just few years back. But these concepts are present from 1970s. At least I know scientists have been working from 1970s, from 1980s in these technologies, but this came into picture into the world just few years back, where people started learning about this. Why? Because of our computational limitations before. I remember 10 years or 20 years back when I was using a computer, I used to have my computer memory in MBs. But right now, our computer memory is in GBs, in gigabytes. And that is one of the reasons why we are able to do these kind of activities. We are able to take gigabytes of data, and then we are able to analyze the data in our computers, which was not possible earlier, right? So volume of data collected is growing. Data production is almost 44 times greater in 2021 than in 2009. Every day, 2.5 quintillion bytes of data are created. Quintillion is 10 to the power of 18. So 2.5 into 10 to the power of 18. Just imagine how big the number is. Those many bytes of data are created on a daily basis. And again, these stats are a little bit old as per 2021. Probably by the time we are right now, it could be even more than that. And data is nearing doubling in size every 2 years. Apart from that, we are also having so much of freedom in our computational power, and that is one of the reasons people have started exploring machine learning, AI, and all those things. This is an overall picture of various industry level use cases. Like you can see, disease detection, customer experience and support, automated claims, retail industry, robots in warehouses. All these are different AI related use cases. Traditional programming versus machine learning. Traditional programming is something which we create the program, and that program is very tightly coupled, which basically means it is designed in such a way that it will give an output programmatically. But machine learning, what it does is it understands the data, it reads the data, creates a model or an algorithm, which basically helps you to predict the future data. That's the difference between traditional programming and machine learning. Now, with our limited knowledge on machine learning so far, we will try to answer this problem. Which of the following is best suited for machine learning? Predicting whether the next cry of the baby girl happens at an even numbered minute or not, determining whether a given graph contains a cycle or not, deciding whether to approve credit card to some customer, guessing whether the earth will be destroyed by the misuse of nuclear power in the next 10 years or not. So I'll take 1 minute, I'll give you 1 minute to answer this question. Probably people can start answering by the chat box. With the limited knowledge that you have so far, which of these could be one of the machine learning use case? Can we answer? Others, please. Okay, I will try to answer it because it's a very new topic. So predicting whether the next cry of the baby girl happens at an even numbered or an odd numbered minute. This is pure probability, and the probability of a baby girl crying in an odd number minute is 1 by 2, in an even numbered minute is 1 by 2. So there is nothing machine learning here, because it's very difficult to predict whether the baby will cry in an odd numbered minute or even numbered minute. Determining whether a given graph contains a cycle, this could be achieved using traditional programming or any programming language. So I don't think we need machine learning for this. Deciding whether to approve credit card to some customer. This is where your machine learning will be required, because you are approving whether somebody needs a credit card or not based on his historical data, based on his historical transactions. Guessing whether the earth will be destroyed by the misuse of nuclear power in the next 10 years. This is also possible if we have data. So data is very much important. So as you can see, the first one, there is no pattern. The second one is a programmable definition. The third one, the pattern is simple. It's customer behavior. Definition is not easily programmable, and the data is historical data of the customers, the historical bank transactions and all those things. D1, arguably no or not enough data, but if we have data, then this is also possible. These are the various types of learning and applications. So machine learning is majorly divided into 3 types of learning. One is your supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. A simplest answer will be supervised learning is something that we know what we are doing. For example, if somebody asks you, can you predict the weather? So you know you need to predict the weather, or you need to predict the temperature, or you need to do the forecasting on the rainfall. You know that this column I want to forecast. Or else another use case will be fraud detection or customer churn. You have data. You know that 800 customers are active, 200 are churned. So you are using this pattern to predict whether a customer will be churned or active. So you know what needs to be done. You are working on a labeled data. That makes it a supervised learning problem. Unsupervised learning problem is nothing but you don't know what you are solving. For example, I will again take fraud detection analysis, fraud detection as an example. Why fraud detection could be one of the use cases? Just imagine this way. You have 1 million records, but you don't know which one is fraud and which one is not fraud. You don't know. Now, the first step is, if you are able to label all the 1 million record as fraud or not fraud and then solve it, then you can easily use supervised learning and solve it. But labeling 1 million records is near to impossible. So in this case, if you don't have labels, then you can probably use some unsupervised learning techniques to solve this problem. Some of the techniques inside unsupervised learning is clustering. Let's say these are your fraudulent records. Now what you do is you find clusters. This is one cluster, this is one cluster, this is one cluster. That means all these records or transactions are similar in nature. All these are similar in nature. All these are similar in nature. And then you further analyze. Reinforcement learning is something, a type of learning where you take regular feedbacks. For example, mostly into the gaming industry, AI gaming industry, we use reinforcement learning. For an example, you are playing with a bot. Now, the bot will not repeat its mistakes. The first time it does a mistake and you win, the next time, if the bot is an AI bot, it will not commit the same mistake because it already took the previous transaction and it has already understood that this is where I did a mistake. And then the bot will never do another mistake. A classic example could be when you are playing chess with an AI bot. So that is an example of reinforcement learning. Coming back to the slide, this is the overall picture of data science. We have computer science, we have mathematics, and we have domain knowledge, and data science falls inside. The intersection of all these bigger circles is data science, which is a combination of computer science, a combination of mathematics, a combination of machine learning, combination of software development, domain knowledge, and traditional research. These are the various career opportunities in the field of data science. So probably I'll not take much time. What we can do is we can talk about the various career opportunities in the field of data. So we have one which is called as data scientist. Data scientist is nothing but somebody who knows end-to-end data analytics, machine learning, and the data engineering part. Data engineer is someone who is working in the model deployment part. Now, just imagine you are analyzing data and then creating models and then deploying. So this is where your data engineering comes into picture. And the entire flow, the data scientist is responsible. Big data engineer is also one of the career opportunities in the field of data. Here, you need to know everything about the data engineering skills. On top of that, you should also know some knowledge about big data, Hadoop, Spark, big data concepts, Scoop, all these concepts. Machine learning scientist or machine learning engineer is somebody who only works in this particular area of model creation, of getting the data, creating the model, and deploying it. That's it. Initial analysis, this particular candidate is not aware of. Business analytics specialist is somebody, business analytics specialist or data analytics guy is somebody who works here in the initial data analytics part. Data visualization developer also works in this particular domain, but just imagine your data analyst has done some analysis and then you want to showcase those analysis in a beautiful dashboard. You want to create a beautiful dashboard and show some graphs. Oh, this is what my dashboard looks like. Now, this is where your data visualization developer comes into picture. Business intelligence engineer also is nothing but somebody who works in the business intelligence area, like in Power BI or in Tableau or something like that. BI solution architect is again somebody who is working into the BI analytics part, but he must be having more experience so that he works as an architect. He works in the initial product requirement gathering phase and all those things. BI specialist is also another option. Analytics manager is somebody who is already working as a manager and he is doing a career transition into analytics. He knows the basic concepts about data analytics and data science. He can also become an analytics manager. Machine learning engineer I already covered, and statistician. Statistician is somebody who is very strong into the algorithm part, very strong with the backend, with the mathematics and the statistics part. So these are the various opportunities in the field of data science, and that is one of the reasons why data science is one of the most demanded areas, because it has so many options. If you learn data science, there are so many options that you can explore. So that is all about this particular session, and thank you everyone for joining this session, and thank you everyone for attending. In case you have any questions, you can probably ask. Maybe I have 2 more minutes and then we'll jump on to the next lecture probably. Anybody has any questions on this one? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Sir Satyajit, for presenting to us a very clear distinction of machine learning, deep learning, and data science. And of course, for pointing to us a career direction in data science, which are in demand actually at present. So again, to our participants, please don't lose your train of thought. You may start sharing your questions in the chat box, and later we will entertain them during the question and answer session. So with the indulgence of our keynote speakers, please, I hope you can stay with us throughout the conference to address the questions of our participants this afternoon. And now we are about to start the technical session. We are actually ahead of our schedule. How about a heart react from our participants to check if you are still there? A heart react, please, to our participants. All right. So our participants are still there with us. Thank you. And now may we welcome our session chair for this morning, who is the Vice Chancellor for Research, Development, and Extension Services, and concurrently the Dean of College of Informatics and Computing Sciences at Batangas State University, Lipa. He received his bachelor's degree in Industrial Technology, major in Computer Engineering Technology at Batangas State University, Rosario Campus in 2004. He completed his Master of Science in Information Technology at Batangas State University, Alangilan Campus in 2012. He earned his Doctor of Information Technology degree at AMA University, Quezon City. His research interests lie in the area of data mining, natural language processing, image processing, and artificial intelligence. He has published papers in Scopus and CHED accredited journals, and is the author of the book Essentials of VB.NET Programming 2020. He has collaborated actively with researchers in several other disciplines of engineering and information technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Francis G. Balazon. Sir Francis?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. Thank you very much, ma'am, IB, for the introduction. So let me share my screen. Right. So again, good morning, everyone. So to all the participants and organizers of the International Conference on Information Technology and Communication Engineering, thank you for inviting me as one of the resource speaker. Today, I'm going to present how big data analytics could be used for disaster management. So big data in disaster management is basically an attempt to increase the knowledge and improve responsiveness during a crisis or a disaster. So the irony is that while a crisis calls for quick and efficient response, it is often met with chaos and disorganization. All communities worldwide are vulnerable to crisis, both natural and human injuries. However, regardless of what is the type of disaster, disaster management will always need some help in creating and reaching out to those affected and creating safer situation. And that is exactly why big data is particularly in disaster management has so much to promise. So big data created by the social media and mobile networks provide an exceptional opportunity to mine valuable insights from them. And this information is harnessed by business entities and now the government agency to measure the level of the customer satisfaction in business, but its application in disaster response is still in its inflection point. So social networks are increasingly used by emergency communication and health-related requests. During disaster situations, such emergency requests need to be mined from the pool of big data for providing timely help. Through government organization and emergency responders work together through the respective national disaster response framework. The sentiment of affected people during and after the disaster determine the success of the disaster response and recovery process. So today, I'm going to present major big data sources, the associated achievement in disaster management phases, and the emerging technology topic associated with leveraging this new ecosystem of big data to monitor and to detect natural hazards, mitigate their effects, and assist in relief operations, and contribute the recovery and the reconstruction process. So most of the countries experience a natural disaster. So let me first define what is a natural disaster. So natural disaster can be defined as a combination of natural hazard and vulnerabilities that endangered vulnerable communities that are incapable of withstanding the adversities arising from them. So there are main characteristics of natural disaster, and that is unpredictability, availability of limited resources in impacted areas, and the dynamic changes in the environment. So how big data could be used to manage the disaster, specifically in response and in recovery. So let us first define what is big data. So big data refers to the large, diverse set of information that grow at ever-increasing rate. So this is defined as the technological paradigm that allows researchers to conduct an efficient analysis of vast quantities of data that's made available through the current practices. So big data has utilized the ability to enhance disaster recovery by utilizing community information and connecting victims with emergency responders and family. So emergency personnel can minimize their search time and maximize the recovery time when they have access to real-time information, emphasizing the areas that is most affected. So analyzing and observing big data patterns is not only beneficial practice with business, it can also improve the efficiency and effectiveness of emergency and disaster management organization. So thanks to the availability of the usage of the smartphone and the social media, disaster can be measured with real-time information and met with rapid, accurate, and precise response. So big data has the ability to enhance disaster recovery by utilizing community information and connecting victims with emergency responders and family. So this is the typical disaster management cycle. So this is disaster management cycle comprises basically of 4 distinct phases, which are the mitigation, preparedness, responses, and recovery. So later, I will go back to that slide. So how might big data help disaster management be better planned and executed? So records of important demographic subset, such as location with elderly communities or areas with high percentage of infants and youth, can be defined using big data. So big data also assists responders in identifying their specific mobility, assistance, or resources that may be applied to this population hotspot. When a calamity strikes, big data makes it easier to transmit real-time information to communities. It's feasible to forecast future reaction of residents who live in a region that has already experienced a calamity using big data. For example, the data scientists can extract data sets from the details gathered by local network operators to determine how people react to emergencies like floods. While maps are the beginning point for effective disaster management, responders must combine geographic information with real-time imagery to put this mapping data to any use. So this offer first responders with real-time evidence of changing condition at a catastrophe or disaster site. So this is exactly how first responders may better analyze and respond to safety problems within the debris and substructures. So data must be also shareable in order to be useful. So big data contributes to the development of spatial data infrastructure with the foundation of regulation, protocols, and method of exchanging information remaining a top focus. So this type of data exchange aids both our responders and survivors in developing new base case scenario. So organization use big data for the express purpose of analytics. However, before firms can begin extracting insight and valuable information from big data, they must first become familiar with a variety of big data resources. And the following are the major data sources. So data, as we all know, is a vast and comes in many forms. So information can end up squandering time and money if it's not properly identified or referenced. So to be successful with big data, business must be able to sort through the numerous data sources available and classify them according to their usability and relevance. But so this is the typical major data sources. But in disaster, so these are the major data sources. So we have the following technology used for disaster, particularly in disaster management, in recovery, and in response. So from the list of these major data resources, satellite imagery, the crowdsourcing, and the social media data serve as the most popular data for disaster management. So what is a satellite imagery? So in the field of remote sensing, the satellite technology offers both qualitative and quantitative advantage, and various functions such as analyzing post-disaster damage and responding through operational means are all part of the picture. So the satellite imagery is used for post-disaster management. Okay, so before and after the disaster, so the satellite imagery could be used, in analyzing how great is the damage so after the disaster. Also, another technology used is the unmanned aerial vehicle. So this technology is used to acquire aerial imagery that is becoming nowadays more common technology. So due to its effectiveness in situational awareness. So it plays an important part in disaster response, and it is possible to acquire aerial imagery in comparison to satellite images. It has a high spatial resolution, and it is processing significantly faster. Another one is the wireless sensor web and Internet of Things. So the several technology used for wireless sensor and Internet of Things are the several IT-enabled disaster management system, including Brinco. So that is a notification system for earthquake and tsunami warning, the VRCK, which is a communication system under low connectivity areas, and RELO, which is an earthquake alarming sensor network. So the advantages of IoT include its capability to compensate for poor infrastructure of vulnerable populations, especially in developing countries, and being an alternative means of communication where an IoT-enabled devices such as the battery-powered wireless devices can be used, benefits data network resilience during disaster situation. Another technology is the LiDAR, or the light detection and ranging. So that is a technology for detecting and measuring light in the air and in the ground, which is the ability to extract high quality elevation model and other features, resulting in a trustworthy data regarding the situation on the ground during a disaster. So the cost of the LiDAR equipment is relatively high, and the collection and processing of the data with it might be time consuming. But LiDAR data is particularly sensitive to water, demonstrating that flood prediction and assessment could benefit from this data. So one of the most important contribution of prediction is the numerical simulation or forecasting. So climatic events, land surface phenomena, and numerous sort of pollutants all contribute to natural disaster. So furthermore, 3D modeling has proven to be useful in forecasting the outcome, the potential damage, as well as in evaluating the changes that occur following a disaster. So during natural disaster, large amount of observation, data, or various forms are created. And this data can be used to create, to verify, to validate, and develop models that represent the complexity of the world for all aspects of disaster recovery. And simulation data is one of the best tools that could be used to for disaster response. As what I've said, it could be used to create, verify, validate, and develop a model to represent the complexity of the world. So also to evaluate human rescue activities in a landslide disasters, the researchers built an agent-based framework, which is a backup strategy, a contingency plan. So the framework uses high-resolution remote sensing photos to retrieve the data. Vector-based spatial data. So disaster management relies heavily on vector-based spatial data, which include vulnerability analysis for a specific hazard or disaster forecast concerning the magnitude of a certain hazard or disaster vital infrastructures in hospitals, school, shelter, fire station, etc. And people, the damage assessment on the real impact of the danger, and the resource inventory, as well as the infrastructure. So crowdsourcing, so while data from the crowdsourcing is actively contributed, data from social media is mostly passively contributed. So because the contributors are unaware that their social media activities are generating data collection. So for people to joyfully provide the essential information, active crowdsourcing platforms have been built. So members are usually the ones that create and implement this platform. So non-government organization NGOs such as the Oshahidi, the picture on the presentation are the members of the impacted public can help oshahidi.com. So the goal of this platform is to improve disaster response and resource management allocation based on real-time disaster victim report. So despite a number of success stories, so there are always obstacles to overcome, and the benefits of employing active crowdsourcing platform are still worth considering, especially in the light of the value of incorporating crowdsourced data into decision-making process and legitimacy. As what I mentioned, so social media, so one of the popular data source. So social media platforms, so including the Twitter, the YouTube, Foursquare, and Flickr, have been contributed significantly for disaster management. So the geotag social media can be collected by streaming harvest from the APIs provided by social media companies. So social media services have contributed significantly to disaster management as a tool to communicate information during disaster management. And social media is basically used today by both NGOs and government disaster management agency to determine public sentiment and reaction to an event. So it is an evident that the multi-directional flows of communication and information that prices crowdsourcing online platform facilitate can make response and recovery effort more efficient. Mobile GPS and call data record is also one of the popular tool today, shown to be useful tool for acquiring mobile data. So because it has it may be used to detect human motion and activity during the large scale natural catastrophe. So sensor data is important. So it's used to in some countries. So it's used to gather or to detect human motion and activity. So usage of big data in disaster management cases. So it is a continuous process involving different phases of planning and preparing for expected disaster. So including the long-term mitigation or the mitigation and prevention, the short-term preparation and prevention, including the preparedness, the reducing impact of disaster through response and rescue, which include response and restoration through cleanup and reconstruction. So in this there are four phases. It's basically number one is the mitigation prevention phase, which is in two aspects: is the long-term assessment and the reduction. Preparedness phase in two aspects also, which is the monitoring and detection and the early warning. Response phase, which is the damage assessment and post-disaster coordination and response, and post-disaster response, which is the recovery phase. So what are the challenges in disaster management? So this include the big data collection, the big data analytics, and the cyber infrastructure. So in crisis management scenario, a large volume of data is rapidly created and must be processed in real time for immediate action. For example, 450,000 tweets per minute, extreme weather simulation in terabyte per day. So researchers should be able to access historical data archived online, and services for evaluating and validating analysis method or model should be standardized and made publicly available. Big data analytics, though, the ability to synthesize multiple, multi-platform, multi-scale, and multi-discipline data has increased. So natural disaster prediction model should become more efficient. So research and activity in this area. So using the synthesis data and predictive analytic result, we should be able to improve our performance, ability to respond, and plan in a flexible manner. So it has been discovered that crowdsourced data, particularly those from social media, has a lot of value. So during the disaster awareness phase, information offered by disaster victims is extremely valuable. And the cyber infrastructure, so this is a critical need for large-scale cyber infrastructure design and development to support first responder data is successfully integrated into disaster sensing, analysis, and reaction paces. So these are some of the example of how big data is used in emergency disaster management. So this is example in India, so which they use this hashtag to respond to those affected by the flood. This one is in Japan, so they use the hashtag J_J and help, which is happened in Japan. So they gather all the data from the Twitter, the hashtag J_J. J stands for Japan. The first J stands for the Japan, and the second J, which stands for Chishin, which is translated into earthquake. So Google tweeted a link on Twitter to its Google Person Finder tool, which allow people to search for missing person. So this tweet was retweeted over 9,000 times in the wake of the Tohoku disaster. This one is the Typhoon Morakot, which is greatly affected Taiwan and Philippines. You know, in year 2009, which most of the data is gathered from Twitter and social media site. So there are also different websites created, for disaster management. So one of the good example is the Qatar Computing Research Institute, which is a free online tool developed by Qatar Foundation for Education, Science, and Community Development, which the company is based in Doha, Qatar. So it's aimed to increase efficiency of agency and voluntary services during disaster management. So the tool utilizes machine learning to automatically identify text and tweets that relate to a particular crisis. Another one is One Concern, which produces a common and comprehensive picture during emergency operation to be used by Emergency Operations Center. Its main goal is to assist this center to allocate resources that are needed to rescue effort, and the tools prepare effective planning module which estimate like disaster purely for training purposes. So this module determine potentially vulnerable areas that would be affected the most during natural disaster. So it has been today it has been able to map 163,696 square miles and has covered over 39 million people so far. In addition, it has analyzed nearly 11 million structures and modeled an impressively 14,967 fault life. And this allows the program to be prepared and stay alert in a natural when a natural disaster occurs. Another is the Blue Grid. This is a mobile communication platform that is developed to assist rescue effort during disaster. So it connects all users to establish network of first responders, security teams, and law enforcement bodies via the voice, text, location, and group services. So this platform is effective because it allows users to quickly find public employees by geographic proximity, area of agency, and it also fosters efficient connectivity, collaboration, and communication. And the last is the artificial management for disaster response, which has proven effective in natural disasters around the world. So technology allows people to quickly and efficiently respond to such cases and save many lives in the process. However, the systems are not only reactive but also proactive. So by predicting earthquakes and quickly warning the potential victims about the impending disaster. So the following are the two incidents where the AIDR averted a massive loss of life. So the disaster in Nepal and in Chile earthquake. So the volunteers will be able to assemble quickly because they were tagged in crisis-related photograph and tweets. So the AIDR are used to tag tweets to identify and categorize the needs that is based on urgency, infrastructure damage, and resources deployment. And this allowed the rescuers and volunteers to work efficiently as a unit to help the affected victim. So mobile phones in the area were targeted with warning message of potential tsunami following the aftermath of the quake. So residents in all designated coastal areas were asked to evacuate these danger areas immediately. So these are the references of my presentation. So thank you very much for listening. Bye-bye. Hello, Ma'am Ivy. I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Francis. So we'll move ahead with our technical session. So I would like to invite the first presenter of the day, Mr. Daniel Ursulum Jr. The paper title, the presentation title would be Sentiments Analysis of CSU Lens Portal Users Using Latent Dirichlet Allocation, a basis for improvement. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me just check if I am audible enough.
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay, thank
Please go
you.
ahead.
So for the Core Research Foundation, thank you for accepting my paper for this presentation on the International Conference on Information Technology and Communications Engineering, which is held at Manila, Philippines. So I am here to present our research entitled Sentiments Analysis of CSU Lens Portal Users Using Latent Dirichlet Allocation, a Basis for Improvement. This is yours truly as the core author, and my co-author is Dr. Telma D. Palawag. So for the biography, I am a faculty member of College of Information and Computing Sciences at Cagayan State University, Sanchez Mira. I am an active member of Philippine Society of Information Technology Educators, Region 2, and Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines, Isabela Chapter. I am currently pursuing my doctoral degree at University of Cordilleras, Baguio City, taking a degree Doctor Information Technology. And my research interests focus on machine learning, data mining, and Internet of Things. Together with the Dr. Telma Di Palawag, a graduate program coordinator of College of Information Technology and Computer Science at University of Cordilleras, Baguio. He is also director of UC Innovation and Technology Transfer Office. So for our abstract, learning management system plays an important role in teaching learning process in higher education. To continue its implementation, improving its quality plays a vital role for HEY to yield in a quality education. The main purpose of this study is to analyze the sentiments of the CSU Lens portal users as a basis for improving its quality. Sentiments were gathered using a Google survey, which is composed of 4 open-ended questions. There were 5,393 collected sentiments from 1,071 respondents, which is a combination of faculty members and students across 8 campuses. Collected responses passes through series of steps like data cleaning, data pre-processing with a total of 4,320 sentiments ready for analysis. To analyze the sentiments, the researchers use qualitative research using latent directlet allocation topic modeling that uses rapid minor application. For our introduction, educational institutions were closed as a result of global COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns, leading in a tremendous increase in online learning. To avoid the virus from spreading and having a negative impact on the community, they closed their campuses and moved academic activity to e-learning platforms. As a result, both students and parents are concerned about efficiency of e-learning in terms of its value to students and teachers, as well as its technical feasibility. Cagayan State University has fully integrated a learning management system called as Learning Environment and Network System portal to continue its mission of providing a quality education since the COVID-19 pandemic rocked the world. This institution has 8 campuses with a server computer running a common content management system template created in an open source modular-oriented and dynamic learning environment. Some of the primary benefits of using sentiment analysis in education field include improved teaching learning processes and student performance, as well as reduction in course abandonment. More research on the uses of sentiment analysis in higher education is needed because this topic is still in its infancy in the context of higher education, in order to take advantage of the vast amount of data available on diverse educational systems for future development. The main purpose of this study is to analyze the sentiments of the CSU Lens portal users as a support for decision makers of CSU for improving its quality. For our methodology, this study involves the faculty members of students from the satellite campuses of the Cagayan State University. A Google form survey was used for this study with 4 open-ended questions to collect sentiments, which is concentrated on the user's observations, expectations, concerns, and challenges on using the Lens portal. The researchers consider 4 major steps in the realization of the objective of this study. These are data collection, data set construction, data pre-processing, and applying machine learning as shown in figure 1. So this is the first step, the data collection, followed by the data set construction, data pre-processing, and of course, the last step is the machine learning. So to elaborate more on this step, for data collection in this study, Google Form survey was used to collect sentiments of faculty members and students who are using Lens portal. Sentiments were fetched from Google Form responses and saved into a Google Sheet. There were 5,393 collected sentiments from 1,071 respondents, which is a combination of faculty members and students. From the Google Sheet, it was exported into CSV file format of Microsoft Excel. As shown in figure 2, a sample data collected that is converted into CSV file ready for data cleansing process. So here is the sample of the collected sentiments for one question, for one open-ended question. For next process, dataset construction, The 5,393 sentiments collected were undergone data cleaning. Since data collected were a combination of Tagalog and English words, sentences, and paragraphs, so the researchers translated all Tagalog words and sentences using Google Translate. All words and sentences not recognized by Google Translate were manually translated and corrected. Duplicate responses and not relevant responses like out of the topic, blank responses, or period-only responses were removed. After data cleansing or data cleaning, 4,320 were considered for the corpus that is ready for data analysis. For the next step, machine learning using RapidMiner. In this study, the software RapidMiner was utilized for data preprocessing and topic modeling. Data preprocessing is the first step because it is essential for removing noisy and redundant data from raw data, as well as for addressing issues like missing data and outlier treatment. Several approaches were applied to the data in this step to reduce noise for topic modeling issue as shown in figure 3. So here is the detail. So transform cases, change all uppercase to lowercase, tokenize or tokenization, breaking down a large amount of text into a series of tokens. Stemming, the stemming process converts all the inflected words present in the text into a root form called a stem. Filter stop words used to remove undesirable words such as as, it, and the, and others that are commonly used in English. So just after the preprocessing, this undergone topic modeling already. So for the machine learning, first step is the topic modeling. The researchers employed topic modeling using latent dirichlet allocation to define and label the sentiments of users in the usage of the Lens portal. They identified 5 topic labels, each with different topic models. As shown in figure 4, a process of executing LDA topic modeling in RapidMiner. So here is the retrieve corpus, then process, then extract topics from data using LDA. Just after the topic modeling, the researchers, together with a language expert, do the topic labeling by analyzing the topic models, considering the different hyperparameters of the LDA in the conduct of topic modeling. The next, topic labels, evaluation, and validation. The topic labels were evaluated and validated by the 8 campus academic affairs coordinators of the university for the reason that one of their primary functions in the university is to evaluate resources and materials to improve student performance. So here is the results and discussion of our research. Lens Portal is an e-learning platform used by faculty members and students of Cagayan State University for the course of teaching and learning. In this study, the researchers considered the following hyperparameters of the LDA topic modeling as shown in table 1. So we considered 5 number of topics, number of words for each topic is 10, number of iterations is 1000, optimized interval is 10, and the beta of 0.1. From these hyperparameters, the result was evaluated by the 8 academic coordinators of our university, and 100% agree with the result of the test, and then 0% disagree. So we have here the tabular presentation of the result of the topic modeling analysis and the annotation we made manually together with the help of our language expert. So for topic number 1, with a weighted mean of 0.233, with a percentage of 2.33, we annotated or we have the topic labels feedback mechanism basing from the topic models resulted from the testing. We have students, good, great, expect, need, challenges, knowledge, feedback, clear, performance. Next, number 2, we have 2.22 with an average with a percentage of 2.28%. We have topic label, considered student engagement, considering these topic models, learning, discussion, and so forth and so on. We have also topic number 3 with weighted mean of 0.703. Percentage is 7.03%. We considered topic labels as accessibility and hardware issues. Okay, so these are the topic models: connection, internet, poor, access, hard, signal, good, and so forth and so on. For topic 4, I should say, 0.59 with a percentage of 5.94% user convenience. And for the last topic, 0.32 with a percentage of 3.22%. We have activity features with these topic models. So the significance of the feedback in improving students' learning experiences cannot be underestimated. This has a considerable impact on the professionalization of teaching in higher education. Hence, feedback mechanism of LMS should be enhanced. Accessibility feature of the Lens portal is one of the urgent concerns of the university, since it will help faculty members and students easily use the system and can be accessed anytime and anywhere, even the use of smartphones. Furthermore, user convenience on the use of LMS should also be taken into considerations, because user struggle has been identified as a stumbling barrier in the implementation of LMS. And finally, activity features of LMS covered all the interactions of the faculty members and students in LMS. The researchers concluded that the Lens portal accessibility and hardware issues is the most urgent concern of the university, having the highest weight percentage in the analysis. It is because some students and faculty members cannot access the Lens portal, sometimes due to very slow internet connectivity of the server or the device of the users itself. It also demonstrates that faculty members and students are concerned about and demand for quick and reliable internet connectivity. For our conclusion, in this study, the researchers come up with the topic labels considering the 10 topic models extracted from the sentiments of the Lens portal users. Based on the analysis and annotation of the researchers, the evaluation as well as validation of the 8 campus academic coordinators, feedback mechanism, student engagement, accessibility and hardware issues, user convenience, and activity features were generated. These were reflected in the sentiments gathered from the faculty members and students as main users of the Lens portal of the university. This analysis of the user sentiments of the CSU Lens portal orders the full attention of the CSU administration that focus on the concern of the faculty members and students. It is recommended that upgrading the hardware specifications of the servers and improving its internet connectivity must be major concern to address by the university or the CSU administration. Furthermore, the findings of this study should serve as a wake-up call to the government to improve internet and data access, particularly in rural areas where internet and cellular signals are weak or non-existent. Finally, university-wide plans should be formulated and in place, taking into consideration the sentiments of the users to continuous implementation, maintenance, and improvement of the Lens portal. So these are our references. Thank you for listening and have a nice day to all.
All right, thank you very much also, Sir Daniel. And of course, to our session chair, Sir Francis, for his hot topic a while back. My apology for having been disconnected. For Sir Daniel, thanks again for your presentation. Maybe we can replicate your research with your permission, sir, because we also have our learning management system in the university. Or maybe we can consider the user convenience or user satisfaction. All right. So thank you, Sir Daniel. So let's now move on to our next presenter, who is from Jakarta, Indonesia, with his research title, Decision Support System to Identify Humans' Skin Type Using Path Analysis and Algorithm C4.5. So may we welcome Mr. Nur Hayati. So let me just check if Sir Nur Hayati is present in the platform. May I request the assistance of the technical team to please help me in checking if Sir Nur Hayati is present in the platform? All right, so I think our second presenter is not yet available at this point in time. So may we proceed to our third presenter, who is from the Holy Name University, Philippines, with his title, Panglao Island Tourism Data Bank. So may we welcome Mr. Apolinar B. Fudalan. Sir? Sir, I think you are on mute.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm the co-researcher of this research, and I'll be the one to discuss the first part, and Mr. Fodalan will discuss the remaining parts.
Yes, Sir Rhodes, you can start.
Okay, hello everyone. Before we will proceed with our presentation, allow me to express our heartfelt gratitude to the sponsoring group for giving us the chance to share our research with you. And to the organizing committee, panelists, fellow researchers, and spectators, I wish you everyone a good morning. I am Roger R. Magallanes from Holy Name University's College of Business and Accountancy, and I'd like to share our study with you. This is to inform everyone that I will discuss the biography and the abstract of the study, while my co-researcher, Mr. Apolinar Fodalan, will address the rest of the topics. So let's start with the biography. So it is headed by our very dynamic chair, or the program head of the College of Engineering and Computer Studies, Computers Science Department Chair, Dr. Maria Cecilia Ligazon, and she graduated her doctorate degree in technology management in year 2013. And at the same time, she served the institution for 20 years. The next is Mr. Apolinar Fodalan. He is also a very dynamic instructor from the College of Engineering Computer Studies, teaching IT. And he is the Public Employment Service Office Manager of the Municipality of Panglao. And at the same time, the ICT focal person. He is also considered as the Community Training and Employment Coordinator of TESDA. Next is me, your speaker for today. I am Roger Magallanes, and I'm from the College of Business of Holy Name University. And I graduated Master's in Business Administration in the year 2005. And the last member of our group is Miss Maria Gretchen Dacchio. She is an entrepreneur, a faculty of College of Engineering Computer Studies, and at the same time a member and also an employee of IBM and Globe Telecom. Then I will share to you the abstract of our study. So the project is a joint endeavor of Tagbilaran City's Holy Name University, College of Engineering and Computer Studies, and the College of Business and Accountancy. Panglao Island is a major tourist attraction in the Philippines, as well as the province economic engine. The concept arose as a result of municipality of Panglao's tourism-related issues, as a result of the municipality of Panglao tourism-related issues and concerns, and this inspired the research team to develop the study's main purpose, which is to create the Panglao Island Tourism Data Bank, an online database system. This is a well-organized digital repository of all the data and information of tourists visiting Panglao, as well as records of all establishments and diving destinations visited by tourists, all of which are preserved together in a single entity that is accessible on local and remote computers. The research study also aims to answer the following specific objectives. First, to identify the present tourist database system used by the municipality of Panglao. Second, to identify problems encountered in the existing system and its corresponding solutions. Third, to determine the awareness of respondents on the PITD and their willingness to adopt it. Fourth, to identify what specific database system to design and develop. And the last one is to determine the perceived benefits of PITD. The descriptive research approach was employed in this study. It consists largely of observations in nature and covers the present state of the phenomena of tourist arrivals, as well as the tourism operations of authorized offices in Panglao municipality. Questionnaires, interviews, and building of database system were used to collect primary data. Functional testing, which involves validating the functioning of the databases from the user's perspective, was completed satisfactorily, and the majority of the testing was structural. According to the findings of the study, there is a need to develop an integrated system for all offices involved to ensure data consistency and integrity. PITD completely gave alternate answers to the existing system's flaws. Except for two respondents, the great majority believe that PITD is important and valuable to the local government unit of Panglao and other stakeholders. As a result, the researchers concluded that Panglao Island Tourism Data Bank is feasible in all parts of the study. Based on the findings and conclusions, the researchers have made the following recommendations. First, to fully benefit from this study, it is highly recommended that the municipality of Panglao adopt the proposed PITD. Next, the latest hardware and peripherals are purchased for the system to be well implemented, and the personnel in charge will act as direct users of the system be equipped with the skills of performing and carrying out the implementation. Fourth, it is essential to provide security and backups. Fifth, an information system as an interface to the proposed data bank or a website to host the databases is highly recommended. Then local area network and wide area network configuration is required upon deployment. Next, that there should be a strong internet connection that is actually required, and the municipality of Panglao should purchase and implement the database management system that supports a relational database. And the last one, that the municipality should consider the cloud-based systems and mobile applications. So that would be all about the abstract, and I will give you Mr. Fudolan for the continuation.
Okay, to continue with the presentation, this is the description of the Panglao Island Tourism Data Bank. The research is a concerted effort of the College of Engineering and Computer Studies and from the College of Business and Accountancy faculty. The idea was conceptualized due to the challenges and issues that the municipality of Panglao is facing. Panglao Island is the crown jewel of the province of Bohol. Though the island is known for its natural wonders, the island is facing several environmental, social, and economic controversies brought by the influx of tourists. And here is the conclusions of our study. The researchers found out that the PITD of the municipality of Panglao is a very apparent necessity. Not only thus, the proposed scheme suggests intangible advantages, but it also provides tangible rewards. The Panglao Island Tourism Data Bank is projected to be a tremendous benefits to users and stakeholders, in that most transactions would be performed promptly, effectively, and reliably. All of the information and data kept in the database are secure and well organized. As a result, the researchers believe that the Panglao Island Tourism Data Bank is feasible in all parts of the study. And I will present to you now the different appendices that we have used in conducting such study. First, here we have the transmittal letter. As you have noticed, this is done in the year 2021, January 4 last year, addressed to our Honorable Mayor, Honorable Yonela Paredes Montero, and of course, signed by the research by 4 of us, and it has been approved by our Honorable Mayor to pursue with such study. And for this Appendix B, this is the sample questionnaire that we are given to the 101 respondents that we have of the different category of our respondents in the tourism industry. And so with the different questions that we have blown to them to answer, their willingness, the features of the system that we are developing, and so with the benefits. And also, we gather the comments and suggestions coming from our respondents. For our Appendix C, of course, we all know that we have to apply this tourist data privacy consent form. So we have different tourists arriving in our municipality, the local, the national, the foreign tourists, and so with the returning overseas Filipinos. And take note, guys, that this is done during the pandemic time. So we collect the information coming from our respondents. And for our Appendix D, we have this confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement for the 4 offices to use here in the municipality of Panglao, the Panglao Municipal Tourism Office, the Public Employment Service Office of the municipality of Panglao, the Municipal Environment and Natural Resources Office, and so with the legislators in the Municipal Sangguniang Bayan members. So everything was discussed to them to proceed as for the conduct of the study. And that's all for our presentation. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat in Tagalog and daghang salamat in Bisaya. Miss Ivy?
All right, thank you very much, Sir Apolinar and Sir Rog. Bohol is such a wonderful place. How I wish I could visit the place in the future. With the influx of tourists in the place, the data bank is indeed advantageous.
Yes,
Okay,
true.
so thank you, Sir Apolinar and Sir Rog. All right, so may we call again our last presenter for the morning technical session. I think she is ready. So may we call on Miss Nur Hayati from Jakarta, Indonesia, with her research title, Decision Support System to Identify Humans' Skin Type Using Path Analysis and Algorithm C4.5. Miss Nur Hayati? Miss Nur Hayati, are you already there? So just a while back, Miss Nur Hayati is having some trouble with her internet connection. Miss Nur Hayati, are you ready? All right, while waiting for Miss Nur Hayati, so this afternoon we shall have our, we shall hear more from our keynote speakers, and we also have 5 more presentations this afternoon. All right, so I think she's having a technical problem with her internet connection. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our morning session.
Hello?
I think Ms. Norhiati is already available. Right, ma'am? Are you ready to present?
Yes, yes.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Wait a minute. Bisa enggak dong? Enggak, tolong matiin. Tolong matiin. Tolong matiin ya.
Ms. Nur Hayati, please go on with your presentation.
Yes, I understood. Can you see my presentation? Hello?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet. Miss, okay? Hello? You can see my...
We cannot see your presentation yet, ma'am. What we are seeing is your local disk.
My local disk? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Downloads folder.
I think you may have to share screen the PowerPoint.
Ndra, bisa tolongin nggak, Ndra? Nggak bisa ditampilin. Mau share ini nih. Nih. Do you see my presentation?
All right, that's it, ma'am.
Yeah?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Kindly slideshow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry before. Okay, good afternoon. I'm sorry before because my trouble. My name is Surayati. I came from Jakarta. My presentation is part analysis and C for 2.5 algorithm utilization as a decision support system to identify human skin type. This answer is with my student and to my student in my department. This so. This my abstract is many people in our campus and find it hard to choose the right product because they don't really know what their skin type is and find out a correlation between variable and causal relationship between daily skin condition and skin type. And third, the decision tree to determine human skin type based from the skin condition data using a C4.5 and has an overall accuracy value of 74%. There is so many product variation. Also, I'm to various segment based before from the skin type, normal skin, dry skin, oily skin, and combination skin, and even provide the exclusive treatment and product in many people who still confused to choose the right skin product based on their own skin type. Choosing a wrong product can actually cause new skin problems such as irritation, breakout, and new acne appears in other skin problems. And the related work is determinant of the use organic scrub and mask according to the diagnosis special skin type using the decision tree algorithm is the same as 2021, and the process define data categories. The parameter are not explained. The researcher only saw the division such as G20, G30, and G9 into the symptom, the category, but does not explain that each variable mean why they can be included in the category. And decision support system for determining skin care for facial skin using the decision tree method. Case study on Wardah Cosmetic X 2020, and the author only mentioned that decision tree has high level of accuracy, but does not explain what percentage of the accuracy of the C4.5 method in the study. The problem definition is there any effect of daily skin condition on the skin type, and how to build system that can act as decision support system to determine human skin type. The research goal is find out skin type based on the daily skin condition, help people to choose skincare product according to their skin type. And the skin type is there is many type of skin. The normal skin, the dry skin, is oily skin, is maybe as a human we know about this. Special is for women. There's many problem about the normal skin because dry skin and oily skin. And the combination skin is when the oil level on the face are not evenly distributed in certain part of the face. The sweat gland will be more active than other areas. Then the type is maybe is the sensitive skin. Type can be interpreted as a condition when the some symptom emerges in the skin are reacting to stimuli that normally shouldn't cause certain symptoms on the normal skin. There are symptoms that may appear include pain, sting, burning, and itching or tingling effect. And this is a result in my research is before doing process, firstly model must be made. The model made based on the category where the distributed sound below, and this we make this condition variable part 1 and part 2. It is a morning condition, in out condition, condition with moisture, day condition, and blackhead, acne, big pores, and age, gender. This using the side effect about the product, and the part 1 is condition and new product, and the part 2 is skin type. This we using path analysis to process the path analysis using a programming language. To be exact, the relevant package using SMM function, resulting of visualization of the path as follow. And this maybe is all we do this step by step, and the simulation and result skin type condition for identification 1.507, and the standard error we using this final 1.6, and that value 2.4, and probability this 0.01. The new product we find the estimate this 0.376, and standard error is 0.2, and this value is 1.2, and P is 0.2. The model with the general assumption of linear regression because the value of standard error of estimated is less than the standard deviation. Condition variable is significant to determine skin type because the value of the P is less than 0.05, and they reject the null hypothesis. But unfortunately, something doesn't apply to new product variable. And the simulation result, root mean square error is 0.065, and this conditional root is less than 0.08. Based on the RMSEA, we can see that model showing a good of fit and quality the absolute fit test. And this about C5 algorithm. From the above, we conduct that this normal skin and dry skin and oily skin and combination skin and sensitive skin. This we using by C.5 algorithm for the sub. And the simulation result is fine. The accuracy test is experiment first element is 0.7 and experiment 2 the 0.7 is more big. I think this experiment 3 is the same. From the evaluation test precision, we got the precision is 0.8 and recall the 0.7 and F1 score is 0.6. We take the average value of accuracy, we will get the operating accuracy value of the 0.7.
All right, I think Ma'am Nurhiati is experiencing another technical problem on her end. And I think she was already disconnected. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that ends our morning session. We will take, excuse me, we will take our 1 hour health break. And please be back at exactly 1:19, at exactly 1:19 for our next session. So thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
I'm sorry, maybe before this my I'm disconnect. Halo. Halo.
Hello,
Halo. Halo, I couldn't.
lunch break after you have disconnected.
Halo.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Halo.
Hello. Yes, Ma'am Nurhiati. Can you hear me?
saya tanya ke mak saya di Padang, mak punya goreng mak.
Halo.
Hello, hello, Pak Murati.
Mak saya di Jakarta saya belum beli.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. We still have 3 more minutes for our participants to join. And then after 3 minutes, we shall begin our conference. So to our dear participants and to the presenters, please get ready and settle down because we will begin the conference shortly. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the afternoon session, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ivy Tarun, is your moderator for the afternoon session of this conference, and thank you for this platform. Here we are live in YouTube. So, my dear participants, are you ready for another bucket of knowledge? How about a heart react from our participants? Just to note if you are already there. May I see a heart react to our dear participants? All right, there you are. So thank you, dear participants. And that goes to say that we are indeed ready for the afternoon session. So may I call in once again Ma'am Nur Hayati Buslim for her presentation entitled Decision Support System to Identify Human Skin Type Using Path Analysis and C4.5 Algorithm, all the way from Jakarta, Indonesia. You now have the floor, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah, hello. Hello.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. Hi. Hi, sir. Okay. Good afternoon. You see my slide? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I want to present my paper. The title is Path Analysis and C.5 algorithm utilization as a decision support system to identify human skin type. Is a paper with the Isan Adiputra and Wilda Nurjana. My name is Nurhayati, and this about abstract is many people confused to find the hard to choose right product because they don't really know what their skin type is. Find out the correlation between variable and search the causal relationship between the daily skin condition and skin type. Decision tree to determine human skin type based from the skin condition data using the C4.5 and has an overall accuracy. We find the value of 74%. Please introduce there are so many product variation, and also I am the two various segments based from the skin type: normal skin, dry skin, oil skin, and combination skin. Even provide the exclusive treatment and product for acne prone skin. Many people who still confused to choose the right skin product based on their own skin type. Choosing a wrong product can actually cause new skin problems such as irritation, breakout, new acne appear, and other skin problems. This related work in this research is determined of the use organic scrub and masks according to the diagnosis of facial skin type using the decision tree algorithm is the same with my algorithm. In this process of dividing data category and parameter are not explained. The research only saw division like such as G, 12, 13, and G9 into the symptom category, but does not explain each variable mean why they can be included in that category. Decision support system for determining skin care for facial using decision tree method. Case study on the Wardah Cosmetic is 2020. They often only mention that decision tree has a high level accuracy, but does not explain that percentage of the accuracy of the C4.5 method in the study. Is the problem definition, is there any effect of a daily skin condition on the skin type? And how to build a system that can act the decision support system to determine human skin type. The research goal is find out skin type based on a daily skin condition, help people to choose skin care product according to their skin type. This is a theoretic about skin. Is normal skin, dry skin, oily skin, and combination skin and sensitive skin. Maybe this about theory. Everybody know this. When you see your face is like oily or dry, everything like this is the same. This is just theoretic, and it can go to a path analysis. Before doing the process, firstly model must be made. The model must be made on category where the distribution is shown below. This condition variable, part 1 and part 2, using morning condition, on-touch condition, condition with moisture, day condition, blackhead acne, and big pores, age, gender, new product, set effect, and breakout new product. In the part 2, the condition, in the part 1, using condition and new product, and the portrait the skin type. This we using analysis, and in this diagram, using all the process to path analysis, we using R programming language to be exact the Lavan package using the same function, result, and visualization of the path was follow. Is all the we do this process, and the simulation and result we find the skin type condition and new product. This estimate this we found the 1.507 and standard error is 0.608 and Z value is 2.478 and P 0.013. And for the new product 0376, the standard error is 0.298 and Z value is 1.264 and PZ is 0.206. The model meets the general assumption of the linear regression because the value standard error is estimate is less than the standard deviation. Condition variable is significant to determine skin type because the value of each P less than 0.05 and reject the null hypothesis. But unfortunately, same thing doesn't apply to new product variable. And the simulation result root mean square error RMSA is 0.065. And the criteria of RMSEA is RMSR considered good if less than 0.68. Based from the RMSEA, we can see the model showing a good fit and quality of the absolute fit test. And this from using this algorithm, from this algorithm. For the three above, we can conclude that dermal skin can be predicted is what D and what A is like this, and dry skin can be predicted is what A and what D, and oily skin can be predicted if the P what of or D is what A, and combination skin is what B, and what A or D and what A. Sensitive skin is predictive if the P what C and P what C. And the result, the accuracy test is experiment 1, 2, and 3. We got the accuracy is around the 0.75. This evaluation test, the precision is 0.810 and recall is 0.714 and F score is 0.708. If we can take the average value of accuracy, we get our overall training accuracy value is 0.7381. It can conclude that the accuracy of the algorithm of C.5 decision tree model is 73% with is around up to the 74%. This conclusion, the model meets the general assumption of linear regression and skin condition variable is significant toward to the skin type. The model qualifying is absolute fit test and the algorithm of C4.5 decision tree model has an average accuracy rate is 74%. It can be concluded that this model is good enough as a decision support system and used in determining person facial skin type. This, thank you. This is my presentation. Thank you, Miss Vicky. Hello? Hello?
Yes, thank you very much, Ma'am Nurhayati, for sharing with us another application of machine learning, particularly the regression, I mean the C4.5 algorithm. All right. So thank you once again, Ma'am Nur Hayati. So this time, let's proceed to another food for thought from our next keynote speaker. He is an international IT and engineering consultant and an educator. He is currently the director of Center for Innovation and Development of Lyceum of the Philippines University, Laguna. He works as a dean, a professor, and conducts lectures in different countries. He became corporate IT director of group of companies and MIS director. He is also active in different professional organizations and became the president of the Philippine Society of Information Technology Educators Incorporated, or PSITE National. He also became the regional president of PSITE Region 4, the National Board of Institute of Computer Engineers of the Philippines, or ICPEP, a member of Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Board of Integrated Southern Tagalog Association of Information Technology Education, Board of Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines, Region 4, and International Association of Engineers. He is a graduate of 2 doctorate degrees, 4 master's degrees, and 6 undergraduate programs focused on engineering, information technology, and management. He also received different awards in different countries and in the Philippines. And one of his great achievements as a teacher was being the recipient of Outstanding Professor Award, top 1 in the Philippines, under Consortium of the South. Currently, he is the technical panel for information technology of ISO IEC TC60 under Philippines Department of Trade and Industry, the vice chair of Subcommittee 1 of TC60 ISO ICE, and became technical panel of Malaysian Scientists Technical Association, and honorary fellowship member of Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. He is also an international and local accreditor for Washington Accord, Seoul Accord, and Pakukowa, and also a member of the Regional Quality Assessment Team of the Commission of Higher Education in the Philippines. He presented and published several numbers of research locally and internationally, and became keynote speakers in different conferences in different countries. It is an absolute honor to bring to the virtual stage our keynote speaker, Dr. Neil P. Balba Jr. Sir.
Actually, good afternoon to all of you. And I can say mabuhay to all of you. If you're ready, can you see a heart reaction there? Can I see heart reaction? Oh, I can see that there are a lot. Oh, everybody is here. Thank you so much. Am I audible to each and every one of you?
Yes, sir. Very loud and clear.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Allow me to share my screen. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And today I'll be discussing to you or sharing something, the journey writing thesis and capstone project. You know that you just gave me 30 minutes to share this, and you know if I'm going to share a lot of things about on how to write thesis and capstone project, it will take a lot of time. But I had to give you a glimpse of that because commonly the problems that we are encountering right now are the students do not know how to start with their thesis and their capstone project. And this is the focus of my discussion for today as the main objective. And I titled The Journey of Writing Thesis and Capstone Project. I graduated, I finished 6 undergrad and focused in engineering, IT, and management. And also I graduated almost 5 master's degree program focused in IT, and then engineering and management. And my engineering, my doctorate degree is focused also in IT engineering and management also. Okay, but it's just that I want to share to you that I did experience a lot of things in writing papers. And today, I just want to give you techniques and strategies in writing research topic, a glimpse because of the limited time. And just want to inform each and every one of you that in research paper writing, it's not only that we're going to write to accomplish our thesis or for us to graduate, just that we have to be someone to contribute in the body of knowledge. So the first thing to do, as you can see there in my screens, is to select a topic. We need to identify the research problem. We have to collect the relevant data, analyze the data, write the research paper, and then proofread and improve. But the problem is, how will I start? If I'm the student, how will I start? And follow these steps, okay? Those are the things that we need to understand and to consider, because there are a lot of factors in finding ideas to consider. Number 1 is the previous research. Number 2 is the current practice, the future practice, the personal experience, and other disciplines and resources. And the factors in selecting ideas to pursue are study fundamental issues. If there are a lot of issues there, that is quite a very good direction for you to come up with the research. And another is simplify complex theories. If there are current theories, we have to simplify that. Study, focus on anomalies, create news, value, and fit with current and future research. Okay, the first thing that we need to consider, as you can see there, company adopted and implemented innovative technologies to improve business process. But the question is, to whom do you want to provide your solution? Okay, because we have to focus with business. There are research interests for security. We can think about agriculture because these are the things that are common today, or we need to have our great emphasis about in communication, about in education, about in health. Okay, also in transportation. As you can see there, like educational, agriculture, business and communication, security are the things that are focused now not only in the Philippines but in other countries. In this approach, it could help you narrow down the topic you want to focus on, and once you selected the sector, for example, just like if you are into security, then choose the right implementation based on the business type. Then, are you going to develop an application for a particular organization, like in a school environment, or do you investigate in general to identify what they need based on issues and also the concerns experienced by individual from the articles and survey results? If the issues focus on attendance monitoring, for example, let's say in face recognition, what you can do is conduct an investigation why problems are being encountered in recognition of the face. If they wear face accessories and it's a problem, we can think of new ideas on how we can have new technology to answer that particular problem. So I mean to say, we have to expand our imagination because there are a lot of research interests everywhere, because we need to check and evaluate for us to get some information for us to work on other research interests. Okay. And in the Philippines, we have now the Shared Memorandum Order CMO that it's a standard or a policy that we have to focus on the following researches. Number one is the software customization, about information system development for an actual client with pilot testing, the web application development, we have the mobile computing system and game development, e-learning systems, interactive systems, information tasks, network design and implementation, and server farm configuration management. So when you look at those titles and you look at those different areas, you can get a lot of things. And what you can do is just to look for a lot of literatures and studies and work on with the new innovation and new systems focused on these fields based on the commission, the CMO or the shared memorandum order. You know, technology research topics could be focused on artificial intelligence, like what the discussions shared to us a while ago. Time to spend in online, the work from home versus attending the office could be the traveling of the future, the game addiction. You have to focus the social media platform, now rise for privacy. You know, during the pandemic, if you're going to look at this, everything is timely. The blockchain, what are the pros and cons, and security analytics, and online shopping using augmented reality. These are the topics. We also have cryptocurrency. You have to focus also for the cloud technologies in healthcare and about the Internet of Things, home technologies in the future, the generated imagery in games and films. You also had the digital voting and safety of virtual private network. Those are some of the topics that you might consider when it comes to writing a research. Okay, you know, we can apply definer. Feasible definer focuses on time, the scope, the resource, expertise, and funding. When you say finer, we are talking about F for feasible. It should be interesting, novel, ethical, and relevant. Okay, and when using FINER framework, writing feasible research question ensures that researchers are taking on a research project that can actually be completed, because using this, you have your direction, you know the scope, the time, and so on. Feasible research questions can be answered. The feasibility of research question focuses on the objective aspects of the immediate, empirical, or sometimes clinical environment, because it is focused on the time, the scope, the resources, expertise, the funding, etc. You know, when you use finding, you just have to ask, why did you choose a topic? And that is quite very important. If you can answer why did you choose a topic, that's a great thing, okay? And who are the information providers on this topic? If you do not know the information provider, how come that you're going to push your research? What are the major questions of this topic? And where is your topic important? And when is or was your topic important? Okay, statistical power is also a central focus of feasibility. Researchers need to have access to a large enough pool of participants to sample from to conduct meaningful research. Without a large enough sample size, statistical power will decrease, meaning the researchers will be less likely to detect significant treatment effect. Why? Okay, so there are different research best practices, and you have to take note of this because my talk is just only for 30 minutes and I cannot elaborate more. Number one is the quality. When you say quality, it should be perfect. The ideas is original. The methods are executed according, show consistently in findings, free from grammatical errors, supported with evidences, free from plagiarism. And that's one of the best practices. And number two, it should be systematic. The detailed components of the research are supported with references and executed accordingly. Number three is reliable. The data are analyzed and interpreted. The evaluators are reliable. Statistical approaches provided a rigorous empirical basis. Research design, it should be reliable. And then new insights present innovations and creative solutions to common problems. If there is no innovation, and that is not a good research. And then shared, presented to be utilized by general public. And you know, there are there are a lot of problems that we are encountering, but sometimes the problem is for us to identify the gaps. And with the gaps, we can create our own research, okay? So approaches, I just want to give you the approaches at identifying the gaps. And you know that with the use of the conceptual framework, we can identify the gap and we can identify the problem. And there are different steps, as you can see here, the application of the literature, because at the start, we need to have a lot of literature. We have to merge databases and apply inclusion-exclusion criteria to act up to the abstracts and keywords. And also the title and applied inclusion and exclusion criteria to full papers and evaluate, as you can see there. But, you know, okay, literature review is quite very important. When you start writing, if you have a topic there in your mind, what you do is just to get a lot of studies and a lot of related literatures. And what you do, what I'm doing is I used to get more related literatures, and then I have to read it, and then I have to summarize. Okay, and then you need to summarize a topic that is broad in scope. And it's up to you for what will be what you will do. May use sources that are biased, doesn't define what types of studies will be included, looks at everything. In the systematic review, it answers a specific question, okay? Define a specific search strategy, list what will be included and excluded in the articles, because what you will choose there is something that is focused on what you want to achieve. In the meta-analysis, look at the studies from a systemic review, and the purpose combines similar studies. There are a lot of studies, you have to combine that. And then important because statistical analysis may overturn results of smaller clinical trials. But you know, in identifying the gap, there are a lot of gaps that you need to identify. And I know that some of you are not familiar yet with identifying the different gaps that we encounter. Number one is when you're looking for a gap, the first one is the evidence gap. When you see evidence gap, it is a new research finding, contradicts widely accepted conclusions. A lot of conclusions are there, but there is a new research that it will contradict, or it contradicts the previous conclusions. And that is what we call the evidence gap. Number two is the knowledge gap. When you say knowledge gap, knowledge may not exist in the actual field to theories and literature from related research domains. Result of a study differs from what was accepted. I expect that, oh, this will be the result, but unfortunately, that is not the outcome, okay? And number three is the practical knowledge gap. In the practical knowledge gap, we have to call it an action knowledge. A conflict arises when the actual behavior of professional is different from their advocated behavior, and that is practical knowledge gap. It's just a diverse, okay? For advocated, okay? And then the methodology gap addresses the conflicts and research methods in the prior studies and offers a new line of research that is divergent from those research methods. See, as you can see there, that sometimes there are also problems when it comes to methodology, because addresses the conflicts of the research methods in the previous studies, but now we have a new line of research that is quite different from those research methods. And that's what we call the methodology gap. Okay, and the other one is the empirical gap, deals with gaps in the prior research. This conflict deals with the research findings or propositions need to be evaluated or empirically verified. So sometimes we need to do that. we can see conflicts in different findings. And then we have the theoretical gap. In the theoretical gap, it deals with the gaps in theory with the prior research, okay? A common occurrence and examining prior research on a phenomenon. So you have to look at the previous researchers, you have to study that, and you can find theoretical gap with that, and you can write for this. Another one is the population, okay? A population is the type of research regarding the population that is not adequately represented or undersearched in the evidence prior or based on prior research, just like the gender, ethnicity, the age, and so on. Okay, so you can see there that there is also a population gap, and you have to check that based on the direction of your work. Okay. And you know, based on the experience and observation and the observation eagerness in choosing a topic, the students will be guided by the instructor. Yes, you will be guided by the instructor, but due to limitation of the students in selecting the guide of the instructor would make it comfortable to work with the topic and make it sure that there is an agreement where clear communication is established to avoid confusion. Okay, and as you can see, then many first-time researchers appreciate as an arrangement by the instructor because it eliminates the stress of having to decide upon the topic of their own, and the teacher will be creating. But based on the different topics that they gave to each and every one, you can focus with that. It's not only for school as a thesis, and you can also focus your studies to all professionals here, to all the things that I shared to you, because it's quite very timely, okay? And then, you know, when we are going to write a certain topic or a certain thesis, we start with getting the related literature of the studies, because it's those we need the support through some theories and review of existing solutions. And with that, you can see that when we create an introduction, it includes also the statement of the problem, the objectives of the study. And you know that when we write a statement of the problem, that statement of the problem will be the ones to be there in the objective of the study. They match together, okay? They will be partners. They will be in line with each other. And you know that when we create the statement of the problem, we do have when we look at that and we want to solve that, there will be we apply when we gather information, we apply some survey, the interview, we conduct observation and other methods. And then when we come out with the objectives based on the statement of the problem, we can write now our methodology, result in discussion. And that from the result discussion, we can derive our recommendation and conclusion. And remember that the abstract will be coming from the statement of the problem, as you can see there in the green, the survey, the methodology, the results and conclusion. You have to make it sure that's only up to the 250 words. Okay, and the introduction. In the introduction, as you can see there, establish the core topic, review the existing studies and identify the gap and also the limitations. Describe the proposed study, explain the motivation and contribution of the study. As you can see there, everything is specified, okay? And you can see 250 words there in the abstract, which composed of the objectives, what are the important methods to use, the significant findings, the contribution to the study, and recommendation. Okay. And as you can see there, as a guide, as I'm showing now on the screen, the guide in writing a paper. So we have to start with the related literatures and study. You know, when I get related literature, I have to compile that, I have to summarize that, and I have to think of my title and what are the things that I would like to get at the end. What will be the result? And with that, I create a story. So how can you create a story with your paper if you are not going to read all the related literatures there? Because from the story that you're going to create as a framework, you can get one by one from different related literatures and studies. for you, and then you can come out with an introduction. Statement of the problem, objectives, methodology, results, and recommendation and conclusion. This is how it works. And in constructing the title, you know that the title is quite very important. If the title is not good to hear when you mention it, it's quite too long. Oh, there's a problem with that, because you know the title should be simple. When you look at the title, you know what is there in your paper. Should be attractive. It should indicate the content. When you read the title, you know what is there inside your paper. And lastly, reflects the investigation. You know, when I show to you something like this, there are two titles here. Which of these two titles make you read the paper? The study of SIRS chemical enhancement or signal on detection and DNA whole transfer. As you can see there, the simpler, the better, because if I'm going to look at these two titles, everything is good, but if I'll be the one to read, I'll have to go for signal because it's quite short and everything is there, and I can understand the content of my paper. Okay, and the structure in writing introduction, you know, we have to start with establish the core topic, review the existing solutions and practices. Then identify and analyze the limitations, the gap of the existing studies. Because if you cannot see those gap, there will be a problem. Okay, and describe your proposed study by solving the gap of the existing study. Because if you can see the gap and you know how to solve the gap, and that is a good research. And explain what motivates you to conduct the study, and state the contribution of your study. There's something that a good approach is to identify a number of issues, the problems, the issues in literature and that relate to the proposed research, and they consider what each source has contributed to each issue. Okay. And read a research material and ensure quality research reports are for publication and citation. We have to get the author, the research title, the object, methodology, results, and recommendation. And you know that we need to prepare a matrix of easy glance, the concept of the study. So you have to prepare a matrix for that so that you know what to do. You have your direction. You can easily check, and then find the methodology. The methodology will provide the idea on how the study was done. So that is the way on how we're going to work on that. And then the result will give an insight, the performance of the study. And lastly, we have the recommendation will guide you to resolve the existing gap and issues. Because mostly the reason why we have a recommendation at the end of each research is for us, that will be a guide of the future researchers so that you know where to start. Okay. And again, for the next step, arrange the logical sequence of the materials that you collected, and then start writing the introductory concept, because you can get that with the help of different things that you got, okay? And state the contribution of the existing study to provide idea that your concept is derived from the existing study. So, so what you can do is just to state the contribution of that thing, and then you can get something in addition to that to contribute to the body of knowledge. But how to construct a specific problem for custom research paper? What you do is just to write the problem statement, and it's time consuming to generate reports or support the problem with the literatures and the studies conducted. And that's number two, like according to something, okay? And then validate the problem through survey. And you have to, according to the survey conducted to 140 respondents from 14 barangays, okay? So you can do that to validate the problem through survey, and then describe the existing process of the problem through interview. So you have to validate that through interview, also conducted interview, that something, and so on. And then you have to validate that, okay? And then next is identify the weakness or the gap or possible problems with existing computing solution, process or system, okay? So these are the steps, okay, on how are you going to construct. Okay, so next, for the statement of the problem, we have to ensure that the problems are being emphasized, okay? And then you have to ensure that the specific objectives or the objective will be coming from the statement of the problem. And whatever the different problems that you have to identify in the statement of the problem, it should be 1:1 that will be answered by the specific objectives. Okay, so that is how you will write the statement of the problem, specific objective. They should jibe, and from those objectives, those are the things that you have to put in the methodology to answer the specific objective. And then in the resultant discussion, it should be focused on the problem and the specific objectives that you put there, because sometimes there are a lot of researchers who are adding something which are not there in the objectives. And at the end, you have to answer all of those things that you put there in the objectives. So that should be the sequence. And to write a scope of the study, you have to ask what are the requirements of your system. For example, it's a management account, generate report. Number 2, who are the users of the system and what is their specific requirements. We have the admin and what the system will do. It's a management account. You can create, update, and generate report, or how your system will do it. This module allows the admin to create an account of the authorized users of the system. And also, this will allow the admin to record, for example, okay? And then manage account module. We have to create module and identify that, update, and also the generate account. So those are the tips on how you will write the scope of the study. And tips on how to write the significance of the study, identify the beneficiary, who will benefit. Who will benefit your system? You should know who will benefit your system. And think of the outcomes in writing the significance, okay? And example, the system allows a police officer to submit real-time crime report. Okay, and the system allows the community users to view the crime report information. And then the system will improve the operations more effectively, efficient, and productive. So those are the examples, okay? So we're talking about community with police officers and so on. And choose appropriate software development models. I still remember the talk of Dr. Marmela Bante a while ago that she discussed something about the different tools and methodologies and models. Okay, so we had the software development models. We had the RAD. If you are there, you can see that it was presented by one of the speakers a while ago, Dr. Marmela Bante. Okay. And then the tips on how to write methodology, choose a software development model. It must be coincide with your objectives, because it's not that I am going to get this. You have to evaluate which will be the right model for you, okay? Present all the materials and detailed procedure of the experiment, present scheme, the flow in the model, and performance analysis of the algorithm applied, and what are the techniques, state the principle and concepts, and the special setting in the piece of work. And it is something that you have to ask who, the what, the when, the where, the how, and the why, okay? For the conceptual framework, you know that before, it is our map, the map on how we're going to start and get the final output. It maps the actions required in the course of the study, given its previous knowledge of other researchers' point of view and its observations on the subject of research. You can see that the conceptual framework will give you the direction of the entire system. Okay, and how are you going to start and end the system? This is the exact map. And the methodology, we have to select a research design method. We have to describe the data gathering procedure, discuss how the survey questionnaires was formulated and validated, and also explain the evaluation process using statistics. Again, determine the sample size of the population and the sampling method used and the special setting in the piece of work. Just something that you have to ask again: who, what, when, where, how, and why. Okay, and you know that present the actual result based from your objective, because sometimes others are presenting something which are not in the objective. Okay, show the statistic analysis, explain the problem, highlight the differences between your result and the previous publication. Write the descriptive headings concisely. Data representation is concise and correct, and use significant figures where required. Okay, and lastly, apply logical sequence in presentation of results. So we mean to say it has its logical steps. It's not that it should not be scrambled. Okay, and then for the discussion, the result should relate to the objective of the study. When you, as I mentioned to you a while ago, okay, that whatever the sequence of the objectives, and that will be the sequence of your discussion. State the limitation of the result. Use descriptive headings that concisely summarize the interpretation of the results. Answer the question posed in the introduction and correlate your findings with the existing knowledge. Okay, that's it. And provide also interpretation of each result. This is how you will do the discussion. Okay, and then you should contain sufficient information to make the figure self-explanatory. Just something that when you look at the figure talks to the reader. Okay, so as you can see there, I have an example here of several figures. Okay, and then for conclusion, do not summarize the paper or at least a trivial statement on the result or judgment about impact. What you do is just present the global specific conclusions in relation to the objectives. Include major findings followed by brief discussion and or application of present work to other discipline. Suggest future experiment and those that are underway, and present clear statement and main contributions the study can be expected to make to the body of scientific knowledge. And then for the abstract, you know, the abstract is not an introduction of the report, but sometimes they're just writing it. You have to look at several abstracts and compare before you write the abstract. It often provides the background information. And every word is quite very important. Limit the use of the words and do not convey important information to a minimum. Convey the key elements of the objective in context and the most important methods, findings, and recommendations, and should be informative, indicative, and reflects the main story of the article. Because usually everybody, when they read the abstract and they don't like the content of the abstract, they will not read your paper. Do you agree with me? Yes, Sir Apolinar. It's true. When you look at the abstract and it's not meaty, it's not delicious, I will not read the entire paper. Okay. And gives quick idea of the content. And when you look at the abstract, you know, oh, I know what's the content of that, because in that small and little information written in that abstract, I know what is there in my research. Okay, summarize the content of the major findings. So what you do is just to summarize the content of the major finding, because it should be there, because it gives idea to the readers. Okay, why do you choose the topic? Just something that what interests you about it? Do you have an opinion about each is involved? Who are the information providers on this topic? Who might publish information about it? Who is affected by the topic? And do you know of organizations affiliated with the topic? What are the major questions for the topic? Is there a debate about the topic? There are a range of issues and viewpoints to consider. And where is your topic important? At the local, national, or international level? Are there a specific place affected by the topic? And you need to consider all of that. And when is your topic important? It is a current event or an historical issue. Do you want to compare a topic by the time periods? So those are the things that you have to consider. You know, when you are going to write a title, you need to specify also the goal. You have to check the independent variables. You have also the dependent variables and the locale of the study. Just like I give you an example for this. For example, when you start with a goal, the direction and objective of the study, what you want to discover. For example, if you want to create something, the goal is we should start with the effect, the impact, the role of relationship, the link, the correlation, and so on. But independent variables are not affected by any other variable. You have to remember that, and can stand alone. It's usually the focus and the issue at hand. So it's something about COVID-19. It's an example of independent variable, the mobile gains, new normal, and so on. And dependent variables are those that are affected by the independent variables. It cannot stand alone, which includes the areas relevant to the respondent. For example, academic performance, vocabulary skills, reading comprehension, and so on. And the locale is the specific area where the study is to be conducted, just like school, community, and district. If you're going to look at this plotting, for example, I will be creating a title. I'll start with a goal, the effect of COVID-19 in the academic performance of selected freshman college in the community or in a specific area. You get my point? That when you write with that, you can create your own title. Okay? So I only have 30 minutes of my time to share with you, and I hope that you learn something to me. And I just want to say thank you to all of you, because writing a capstone thesis is one of the major concerns of the students before they acquire their degrees, and factors in finding ideas to consider or selecting ideas to pursue are the main problems that the students are encountering to come out with the scholarly papers. Research areas are too broad. By analyzing the gaps, it is one of the most important factors to consider. Approaches to identify the gaps are crucial, and pieces of evidence are required to produce an appropriate solution. This leads to providing a guide on how to write a quality paper for both capstone and thesis. And I hope it's just a simple thing, because this could be discussed in 1 week or in one of the courses you have there for thesis writing. And I hope that you learned something in my discussion. This is Dr. Neil Bibialba signing off. Thank you so much.
All right, that was another very interesting topic from our resource speaker, our keynote speaker rather. Students and even as teachers who are watching in YouTube and here in the platform are very lucky to have listened to your topic, Dr. Neil. Thank you very much. And actually, this is very timely for our students as they are on the proposal stage at the moment. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Neil. So to our participants, if you have questions in mind, you may now start posting them in our chat box so that our speakers will later address them during our question and answer session. So again, with the indulgence of our speakers and presenters, please stay with us so that we may be able to answer the questions from the participants. All right, so we can now proceed to the afternoon technical session. So there will be 5 more presentations, and similarly, presenters will be given 15 minutes each. So let us now start with the first presenter from Samar State University, Philippines. We have Ma'am Sweet Mercy F. Pacolor with a research title, Improving Utilization of Learning Management System with Thematic Analysis of the Faculty and Students' Perspectives. The floor is yours now, Ma'am Sweet.
Thank you, Mom. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see now my screen? Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. Yes, Mom Ivy.
Still, yes, ma'am, we can now see.
See, okay. Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Ivy. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present our research paper, which is entitled Improving Utilization of the Learning Management System with the Mathematic Analysis of the Faculty and Students' Perspective. With me is with Mercy Apacular and my co-author, Dr. Telma D. Paluag. So I am Sciences in Samar State University here in Catbalogan City, Philippines. And my co-author, Dr. Telma D. Palawag, is a graduate program coordinator and from College of Information Technology and Computer Science at the University of the Cordillera Philippines. Learning management system has become higher education institution through the advancement of the delivering quality education services. This study aims to find out the perceptions of the faculty and students on the use of an LMS in Samar State University particularly. This includes the effectiveness and attitude of the respondents with respect to e-learning. The strategy in collection and analysis of data, the researchers use the mixed method research. The faculty perception varies significantly from the perception of the student in terms of effectiveness and attitude toward e-learning. Continual improvement of the developed LMS addressing the problem must be undertaken. LMS has been successfully implemented in many institutions of developed countries. They have managed to improve students' learning performance, reduce students' dropout rates, and they have increased student satisfaction with offered courses. So our institution here in the Philippines has been adopting them in a bid to gain similar benefits as their counterparts elsewhere, especially during in times of this pandemic where we use LMS in our So in Samar State University, this is an educational landmark that is on significance to the province of Samar. It gives everyone the chance to seek an advanced education professionally with the capability of individual and to additionally national improvement. So it is hoped that this study will contribute to the demands of the fast changing education environment, that it would give school officials the opportunity to formulate plans, programs, and actions for the enhancement of the online delivery services using LMS in the country, which caters the needs and demands of the individual and society. The purpose of this study is to find out the perception of the faculty and students on the use of LMS in SSU. So this includes the effectiveness and attitude of the respondents, as well as to identify the advantages, disadvantages, and problem faced while they are using the LMS. The methods that I use for this is the collection and analysis of data. I use the mixed method research. It employed the descriptive method of research using comparative analysis. The t-test was used in testing for independent samples. The main source of data was gathered through using the questionnaire checklist set up in Google Form. And it was also used an open-ended questionnaire for thematic analysis through in vivo software. So a total of 31 faculty respondents and 160 student respondents from Samar State University who utilized the Moodle as their LMS. So here's the result and discussion. So in my methodology, after taking for the open-ended questionnaire on the responses, thematic analysis was done. And then using the NVivo software where I generate the codes and then the themes and then the categories for the from the responses of the respondents. So here is the result for table 1. This one is presents the comparative analysis of the perception of the two categories of the respondents in terms of effectiveness, the online distance instruction. So the grand mean of the faculty turned 3.61, denoting somewhat more effective, while the students was 3.91, denoting somewhat more effective. So the responses of these groups were based on the objectives of their assessment on the effectiveness of the online instruction. So it implied that the faculty and the students have different opinions on the effectiveness of using computer teaching in an online delivery services. So it can be noted that the students have exhibited far more favorable opinion on the effectiveness of the online delivery services of instruction. The table 2 is the comparison of the perception of the two categories of the respondents in terms of the attitude towards online distance instruction. So it summarizes here and compares the assessment of the two groups of respondents with regards to their attitude towards online distance instruction. So as we glance on the table, it gives us the weighted rating mean of 3.60 or agree, while the students 3.52 denoting also as agree. So this provides that this group that do not significantly do not differ significantly with their attitude towards online instruction. So both of the respondents have a positive, favorable attitude towards online instruction as alternative mode of delivery education services, especially now that we are still on a pandemic. The next figure 1, this is a word cloud for advantages of LMS by using the in vivo. So in the LMS is a better, okay, than the traditional management of learning materials, because it were able to manage organizing of records, and it easily manages all the information, all the activities, and the materials from the students. So it goes online. It can be viewed anytime, anywhere. Easy access for managing the learning packets for the faculty as well as for the students. So it helps students make it easy to study and to provide also access to the lesson. So it supports also to the new method of learning for the new normal. It supports face-to-face and online learning. It makes the file sharing more convenient and simple to track and generate reports. So when it comes to the disadvantages of LMS, here's the result. So dependency on the internet is the biggest disadvantages of LMS. It works with the help of the internet connectivity. If internet is not available or signals are weak, then it makes the problem for the faculty as well as for the students because they were unable to do their work on time. It gives also a hard time to access if you have a slow internet connection for the both faculty as well as for the students. So it has a difficulty in opening the LMS, uploading and downloading of files. So more difficult to learn, especially if you are not a computer literate. So some also have answered that it creates an isolation of learning by itself. Lastly, on the figure, on my result on figure 3 is the problems of LMS. So problems for both the respondents during the use of once entered, you cannot be changed. It has also an internet problems and limited access for the faculty as well as for the students, and lack of training for both of the respondents. So for the students part, they are not financially stable and need to have to access for the LMS. Then the requirements for that is they need to have the gadgets like smartphone, laptop, and the likes. Okay, and of course, one of the problems also is poor internet connectivity. And then some of the functions in LMS are difficult to understand. And sometimes they have difficulties in the submission of their output. Student, they have shared similar perceptions on the effectiveness of the online distance education, and both of the respondents have a positive, favorable attitude towards e-learning. So LMS has many advantages for the faculty and students. It can create a better learning management of materials and makes easy access of data and information for faculty and the students. Improve flexibility to manage time efficiently. But the problem of LMS, by using the Moodle, it involves that the software is not user-friendly. Some functionality are difficult to understand, and not all students can access LMS, especially those who are in the remote areas. And it really needs to have a good internet connection to work properly. The university has facilities to use for the implementation of LMS for both the faculty and the students. And the implementation of LMS in the university has both the positive and negative implication. So a continual improvement of the developed LMS in the university so that it would address problems to be undertaken. And lastly, the conduct of the intensive training programs for the faculty and student should be comprehensive for better understanding in Moodle as the model of technology in using the content and learning goals. So these are my references. Thank you and good afternoon once again.
All right. Thank you very much, Mom Sweet. How sweet of you to share your research. Learning management is indeed very beneficial to us and our students, especially in this time of pandemic. Okay, thank you once again, Ma'am Sweet. All right, so our next presenter this time is from the northern part of the Philippines, from Apayao State College. And her research title is Usability and Effect of ICT Trainings of Apayao State College, Conner Campus, and Assessment. All right, so let's welcome Ma'am Helen S. Doriguez. Ma'am?
Good afternoon to everyone. We are glad and thankful to be part of this prestigious conference. Our research title is The Usability and Effect of ICT Trainings to Apayao State College, Conner Campus, Faculty, and Assessment. My co-author is Dr. Telma D. Palawag, a graduate program coordinator and professor of College University of the Cordilleras. And yours truly, a faculty of the College of Industrial Information Technology and Engineering, Apayao State College, Malama, Conner, Apayao. In the context of COVID-19 school closures, various distance education platforms have become important part to the continued provision of education for all. The use of ICTs for education during the COVID-19 crisis and beyond is very essential, to which teachers and students must be better prepared. The readiness of the institutions plays a vital role in the delivery of quality education to students. Apayao State College conducted summer training workshop on flexible learning strategies with the theme ASC adapting to varied learning modalities during the new normal COVID-19 pandemic from June to September 2020 among faculty and staff of the college through the BS Information Technology Department. Assessment on the usage and effect of the various ICT trainings among the faculty of ASC Conner have very essential role in the delivery of instruction.
I think Ma'am Helen was disconnected. All right, so at this point, let us give Ma'am Helen a few minutes to join again in the platform. But while waiting, maybe we can call on the next presenter. Let me just check if, all right. So Mom Helen is already connected. Mom Helen, please go ahead. Mom Helen, you are still muted. All right, so I think Mom Helen is experiencing a technical problem on her internet connection. So I guess we now call on the next presenter from the Isabela State University, Philippines. And okay, our apologies for that. Mom Helen, can you hear us? Hello, Mom Helen?
Hello, ma'am. Can I continue? Sorry for the interruption.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, so now in the results and discussion, so the graph shows that Google Classroom has the highest percentage of the ICT trainings attended by the respondent with 75%, followed by video conferencing tools with 65%. The table shows on the slide, the table shows the usability of the ICT trainings attended with a mean score of 3.42. Respondents find Google Classroom to be very useful. This means that Google Classroom is used as a substitute for traditional methods of delivering teaching and learning to students. The faculty believes that using Google Classroom to assist lesson delivery, as well as tool for online or flexible learning, could be beneficial. Google Classroom can also help with teaching and learning. The respondent are a presentation video conferencing capabilities is pushed, and this queries similarly within 2.52 and 2.45. responded believe elements employee
Unfortunately, Mom Helen was again disconnected. I guess she is having unstable internet connection at the moment. So please be patient.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Third
You were
time
connected.
interruption. So please. Okay, so for the resultant discussion, the respondents agree that the college ICT trainings improve the delivery of instruction with a mean of 3.69 as the highest, followed by improved ICT-based instructional material development and effective 65 respectively. Teachers are seen as the key beneficiaries of proper use of ICT instructional tools in classrooms in achieving up-to-mark student outcomes, but this necessitates updated training and technological expertise. For the conclusion and recommendations, this study concluded that the college series of ICT training sessions improve faculty abilities and performance in various students. Based on the findings, ICT trainings improve the delivery of instruction. ICT has a good effect on the delivery of instruction and provide professional development. The result of this study serve as an input to enhance and craft necessary policies for the continuity learning plan of the college to strengthen the implementation of flexible learning. A regular conduct of the same training to enhance and develop professional expertise in the use of ICT applications needed in the new normal setup of an educational institution. It is also recommended that the result of this study will be an input to faculty development plan of the college to improve technical skills of faculty in the use of emerging technologies and application. So for my references, and thank you and keep safe everyone. So that's all ma'am for the presentation.
All right, so thank you very much, Ma'am Helen. So there you go. We have seen another intervention program, which is the conduct of ICT trainings during the pandemic. So thank you very much, Ma'am Helen, for sharing your research with us. Okay, so our next presenter this time is from Indonesia, specifically at the Universitas Indo Global Mandiri. And her research title is Improving Accountability Evaluation of ICT Projects Using the Group Decision-Making Model. So let's all welcome our next presenter, Ma'am Harry Sechawan.
Sorry, ma'am, because Mr. Harry is busy in our university, so that's why I will represent for that. My name is Husnawati. Can you hear my voice clearly, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see, continue our project today. Can you see my screen?
Not, oh, okay.
Okay.
It's starting to share, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce myself. My name is Husnawati. This is our research for improving accountability evaluation of ICT projects using the group decision-making model. From the authors, Mr. Harry Setiawan, Mrs. Tapira Lazwari, and I'm Husnawati. We are from Indo Global Mandiri University, Palembang in Indonesia. Okay. For the abstract of our research is the group decision-making model or GDM can facilitate the participation of many decision makers in a group to integrate the various decision makers' different opinions. This model can accommodate multi-criteria decision-making or MCDM and current evaluation of ICT projects in local government agencies only meet administrative or normative needs, not reflecting a more objective project evaluation. Involve a single decision maker, and the evaluation method is based on the criteria for measuring the percentage of the statement of funds absorbed and the realization of project output. These research results are the GDM model with a group decision supports the or GDSS concept approach. The GDM or decision maker or method our research involved in this decision making process are government institutions, ICT management unit, business process owner unit, and the community represented by DPRD or parliament in Indonesia. Compliance score voting method is the final step in determining project ranking from all GMS. Implementing GDSS and MCDM results in a more accountable order of ICT project and a faster and more accurate process. Okay, let's continue our content today. Is first introduction, and the second one in multi-criteria decision making. The third is research method, and the fourth is conclusion and future goals. Next, introduction. The group decision making or GDM, sorry. The group decision making or GDM model get the participation of many decision makers in a group to then integrate the different. We can accommodate multi-criteria decision making or MCDM. Current evaluation of ICT projects in local government agency only meet administrative or normative. This study aims to develop GDM modeling that use a combination of MCDM methods based on established criteria. The criterion weighting technique is used in this project with the AHP method or analytic hierarchy process. The weight of the resulting standard is used as input for the technique for order preference by similarity to ideal solution or top-6 method to generate project ranking for decision making or DM. At the stage of providing project qualitative data scoring to reduce the M subjectivity is based on the project management body of knowledge. And the compliance score voting method was developed to minimize the voting result that end in the draw as the last step to rank all GM projects. Go on to the second one is multi-criteria decision making, which was the method is we use in our research. Okay, MCDM or multi-criteria decision making is a decision making method to determine the best alternative from several alternatives based on the specific criteria. There are several methods can use to solve MADM problems, including top-6 or technique for order preference by similarity to ideal solution, and also AHP, analytic hierarchy process. For the AHP, analytical hierarchy process, this method, this decision support model will describe a complex multi-factor or multi-criteria problem into a hierarchy. And then for taxes or technique for order preference by similarity to ideal solution is based on the concept that the best chosen alternative has the short distance from the positive ideal solution and has the long distance from the negative ideal solution. And then for the output, we use Kaplan score, which is Kaplan score is a voting method based on reducing the frequency of win with the frequency of defense from pairwise comparison. Kaplan score voting method accommodates the weight of decision maker based on their level of expertise. Okay, go on to research method. Here our model. Okay, sorry. Okay, this is our model for group decision support system. Consists of government institution executive and an ICT manager unit, and then business process owner and then associated government. So that's from model management is going to project evaluation, and we can count alternative weighting using AHP and TOPSIS. From the project evaluation and weighting criteria, so we can have the output ICT project ranking report and recommendation for the next ICT projects are made. Here the flow chart. Here the flow chart of AHP, TOPSIS hybrid method and voting with Kaplan score. So the first we will scoring of the project and then calculating the value of normalization, go on construct pairwise comparison, and we count weighting criteria and then calculate weighting criteria and then calculate criteria if CR or criteria is less than equal 0.01. So that we go on criteria weights and then go on to the next step is use method TOPSIS. In the TOPSIS method, we calculating the normalized weight value and identifying the ideal solution, both positive and negative ideal solution, and then calculate the distance between each alternative with positive and negative ideal solution. And for the last step, we use a method Kaplan score, which one if each alternative preference or the project will be a preference profile and then pairwise contest. So we will count the voting group and get value. So the output of our model is ICT project ranking report and recommendation for further ICT projects. This is the table of criteria assessment. Criteria assessment and the criteria evaluation of ICT project. This is our output parameter. There is project schedule, cost, scope, risk, and performance, decision maker. There is executing parties of government institutions and ICT management work unit. And go on to criteria. This is project effectiveness and project user satisfaction. And decision maker is business process owner unit and society represented by the PRD or parliament. For the criteria assessment, we have the five scale from the 1 to 5. from the poor to very good. And then, so the value interval percentage for very good is 90 until 100. For quiet good or large is 80 until 89. For the good or fairly large is 70 until 79. For fair or serious is 60 until 69. For the poor is critical, less than 59. So the conclusion of our research today is our research is proposed a GDM model for evaluating ICT projects in local government agency in Indonesia using the concept of a group decision support system or GDSS. GM or decision making consists of three parts. The one is executive government institution, and the second one is ICT management unit, and the last part is business process owner unit, and the community represented by DPRD or parliament. Determining the best ICT project from some alternative use several determining qualitative and quantitative parameter and criteria, and the Kaplan score with the GAP method developed can overcome the draft voting process. The GDSS concept can overcome inconsistencies that might occur in decision making because with GDSS and decisions are made based on the mathematical calculation model. So the contribution of decision maker in the model is in the form of preferences for choosing alternative from ICT activities based on specific criteria using the MCDM or multiple criteria decision-making method. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Husnawati, for sharing with us the application of group decision-making model for evaluating ICT projects. So thank you once again, Ma'am Husnawati.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So we're down to the fourth presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Angelo de la Cruz from Isabela State University, Philippines. So let us listen to his video presentation about assessing the need of decision support system, respiratory ailment predictive analysis.
A good day to each and everyone. I am Angelo Sigalapon from Isabela State University, Caguayan City, Philippines. So my study is all about assessing the need of decision support system, respiratory ailments predictive analysis. As the proponent of this study, I was convinced and motivated to conduct this since this is the common sickness or ill being encountered by anyone, which will help in the assessing, leading towards on the development of system that will be used by the clinicians. Decision support system is designed specifically for manager to assist them in making decisions. And according to El Sapa and El Masri 2013, Clinical Decision Support System or CDSS is expected to play a very important role for better quality healthcare. And supported by Serafi et al. 2007, a decision support system is expected to help in decision making, but does not necessarily give a decision itself. This study aimed to address the challenges and problems encountered to provide fast data analysis and make reliable prediction based on regression analysis. With the statement of the problem, first, what are the causes of the problem and challenges encountered with respect to the management respiratory ailment analysis? Second, what system should be developed in order to overcome the issues and problems encountered? Third, what is the extent of compliance of the developed application in terms of functional sustainability, reliability, and maintainability? So the researcher needed to know what are the challenges and problems encountered. And some of these are preparing for data analysis in provide prediction requires too much time and effort due to manual counting and recording of data related to respiratory ailments. Second, problems. Analysis for prediction is only based on the summary report within the year. Therefore, past records are not being considered. So, with this assessment or problems, the proponent proposed develop system that address the problem. And the aim of this is to provide fast data analysis and make reliable prediction based on regression analysis. And on the system being evaluated by the end user as well as the IT expert, with the extent of compliance of the proposed developed system, with the table 1, compliance on the proposed developed system in terms of functional sustainability. So the overall description shows that the functional stability of the proposed system works well. This implies that the developed system sustains its purpose of development. The system covers all the specified tasks and user objectives, provide the correct results, and facilitate the accomplishment of specific tasks and objectives. In the table 2, in terms of reliability, so the overall description of very great extent or VGE shows the proposed system is reliable and performs its functions well. The proposed developed system meets the need for reliability and can recover the data directly, affects and reestablish the desired state of the system in the event of interruption or a failure. In table 3, in terms of maintainability, the maintenance of the developed system is created to be maintained in easy way. The proposed system was designed to minimal impact on other components in case of change into one component, as well as effectively and efficiently modified without introducing defects or degrading existing product quality. Upon careful review of the findings, the following conclusion was determined. The proposed computerized respiratory ailment predictive analysis indeed improved the procedure and operation of the unit. Automated keeping of patients' records showed to be more efficient, more sustainable, usable, reliable, and maintainable. Moreover, it analyzes and offers prediction based on the record stored. The algorithm used or the data analysis used here is the linear regression. So after identifying the prediction, the researcher used R-squared. So R-squared is used to determine whether the given prediction is reliable or not. So the researcher recommends the following. It is certain based on the conclusion that this study will certainly affect the improvement in the quality of service to patients. The agency may seek a budget from the local government unit to fund and be able to use the proposed developed system for the betterment of its service and helping identify future needs of patients such as medicine, physicians, and nurses. The researcher is strongly encouraged the staff of the agency to gradually also adjust from their current practices to the adoption of the developed system so that the performing of their tasks will be easier faster, and more secure. That's all about the assessing of the decision support system, respiratory ailment predictive analysis. Thank you so much.
All right, so there you have heard it, dear participants, another application of data analytics that is integrated in a decision support system. All right, so we're down to our last presenter for our afternoon's technical session. So our last presenter is from Aurora State College of Technology, Philippines, none other than Sir Sherwin B. Glorioso, with his research title, Design of IoT Architectural Framework for Indoor Vertical Farming Automation with Real-Time Monitoring for ASCOT. Sir Sherwin?
Let me share my screen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, especially to the organizer of the International Conference on Information Technology and Communication Engineering. I am Sherwin B. Glorioso, Associate Professor 3 from Aurora State College of Technology in Baler, Aurora, Philippines. A member of the Philippine Society of Information Technology in Region 3. Recently, I am pursuing my doctoral in information technology at the University of the Cordilleras, Baguio City, Benguet, Philippines. Together with me in this presentation, my professor, co-author, and advisor, Dr. Telma D. Palawa, Graduate Program Coordinator of the College of Information Technology and Computer Science at the University of the Cordilleras, Baguio City, Benguet, Philippines. My research interest is on Agriculture 4.0, wherein I intend to help the farmers in our province by introducing the use of modern farmer techniques. Without further ado, let me start my presentation. Today, I am greatly humbled and honored to present to all of you my research study titled Design of IoT Architectural Framework for Indoor Vertical Farming Automation with Real-Time Monitoring for ASCOT. The COVID-19 pandemic triggered a domino effect in many aspects of life. It mainly affected the economic aspect, where food, security, and livelihood resources were compromised due to granular lockdown in areas with high number of active cases. The pandemic also hampered the operation of business establishment, which led to work interruption. The situation greatly affected people's lives, particularly those who only depend on daily income and wages to make ends meet. Based on the survey conducted by the Social Weather Station, a non-profit research agency, the Philippines ranked 68 among 116 countries in Global Hunger Index 2021. And accordingly, hunger eases to 13.6%, or an estimated 3.4 million Filipino families in June 2021. In the province of Aurora, the lives of local residents are also threatened with the effects of the pandemic. But aside from these, the province is also affected by extreme weather conditions, which contribute to the vulnerable condition and climatic risk of the locality. Since majority of the province are coastal areas, it is perceived to be extremely vulnerable to sea level rise and coastal flooding. These extreme weather events can have big impacts, particularly on crop yields and agricultural products. The people's livelihood is also compromised since agriculture, fishing, and tourism, which they highly depend on, are already being adversely affected by climate change. To address this issue, the government should offer long-term solutions to regain our economy. Adoption of Internet of Things is one of the mechanisms that they can provide, particularly to the farmers who may use automated indoor vertical farming. In support of this, Agriculture Secretary William H. Dar encourage the Filipino people to adopt the technological transformation program called Agriculture 4.0 to digitalize the country's agriculture sector. The national government, through collaboration with the national agencies and local government units, or LGUs, provided special assistance program, or ayuda, to the identified beneficiaries. Due to lack of sufficient funds, it poses a great challenge to the LGUs to provide the basic needs of every family, especially the less fortunate ones, within their areas of responsibility. It only means that the people cannot solely depend on this program of the government. Hence, they should also take action and initiate means in providing the needs of their families. In every wave of assistance, the LGU can only provide relief goods that last for a few days or a week at most. It may sound cliche, but in this situation, this quote is very relevant. If you give man a fish, you feed him for a day. But if you teach a man how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Thus, the government has to come up with other sustainable solutions to truly address the underlying problems. In every family, as their respective indoor farms, they can promote food sustainability for all, and they can even share and exchange their produce through barter, just like the old times. In these trying times, the old adage, sharing is caring, holds true to its meaning if we give with all our hearts. The system design used a qualitative data analysis through focus interviews. The data that were utilized in this study were based on the responses of the identified expert, the IoT expert, electronic technician expert, as well as program developers for connecting the hardware to the application software, who answered the interview questionnaire via email, heavy messenger, and via Zoom Meet platforms. The narrative analysis approach was employed to analyze the contents. The stories and experiences that they have shared were highlighted through the interviews, and the responses were also recorded to get accurate information. The interview answered the research questions and was supported by the document analysis on different research findings related to this study, which contributed to the development of the framework. In my study, the system architecture modeling was utilized to conceptualize the architectural framework. It is a simulation of reality that replicates the system under study's critical qualities. To describe dynamic system, it can be written as equation, diagrams, or data tables. In the collection of ideas, the recommendation and pieces of advice of the interviewed experts serves as the source of information. Based on the conducted interviews and with the different experts, I gathered and selected the information and used the same in the development of design framework. It was also supported by various studies related to indoor vertical farming automation. The extracted information in this study was organized and categorized into 4 parts: the agriculture aspects, IoT features, software, and the user. Here is the figure of the overview of the architectural framework of IV Farm. There are 3 components for indoor vertical farming, which include the following: the NFT hydroponics. It is a flat angle horizontal channel using bamboo as a vertical frame cabinet type for indoor farming that is appropriate for a small space environment. It reduces the need for nutritional solution to be pumped, unlike those other systems that are designed for gravitational flow. The crops for low light environment. Green leafy vegetables such as lettuce, kale, lily, celery are best fit for IVF because this vegetable grow best in low light environment. They use grow blue spectrum lights as substitute to sun, which needs 15 to 18 meter per square per day. Photosynthetically active radiation. In this study, lettuce will be used as sample vegetable, the #1 ingredient that tourists always request at hotels and restaurants in the province of Aurora. Then the media substrate uses coco coir that is highly suitable for hydroponics cultivation because it is an organic medium that is good at retaining water and oxygen, and it is common here in Aurora. It only needs to soak with water in order to wash its acidity. It's also suitable for producing good root structure and high plant yields. For the IoT features, the system utilized 5 sensors to determine water pH level, electrical conductivity, total dissolved solids, temperature, and flow rate in the hydroponics. The agriculture expert suggested to use distilled water and water clay jar as reservoir to maintain the water temperature. The carbon dioxide sensors measured the amount of gaseous carbon dioxide in the air through infrared sensors, hence the radiation is absorbed by carbon dioxide molecule. The control relay actuators were connected to WeMOS D1 mini node MCU Wi-Fi board controller, which transmitted and processed sensor data to dispense specific volumes of solution based on the needs of the crops to grow, like acid-base, nutrient A and B. It also used air and water pumps to balance the flow of oxygen in the water. The system has also the following features: control relays for on and off of humidifier, exhaust fan, grow lights, and light intensity sensor. Dosing system for dispensing acid or base solution to automatically adjust to the desired pH level and target electrical conductivity range. Then use of time-lapse camera for monitoring and capturing of high-quality photographs of the crops. Added IoT features also include the following: email, SMS alert if selected metrics are out of range, like the temperature is too high, water level is too low, water flow has stopped, and etc. Then the electrical consumption to automatically calculate operating cost. Then the configuration with gauges, graphs, camera feeds, farm management widget to view all relevant data on a single page with security access in its dashboard. For the software, the Arduino IDE is highly recommended by the expert developer to be used for the different sensors because of its versatility that is very convenient for the advanced users. Who also suggested that the development of the system software like the PHP scripting language and the Python program, because it uses a high-level general-purpose programming language that is very responsive for a web design and smartphone due to its user-friendly features. To configure the system with gauges, graphs, camera feeds, controller, databases, and other widgets, a dashboard must also be included in the program design for ease of monitoring and analysis. For the convenience of the end users, this technology is very user-friendly and very easy to understand, even by newbies. Awareness about the latest IoT technology for Agriculture 4.0 is also a plus factor for end users, especially to those who will personally handle this system. For the conclusion recommendation, the research paper used a system architecture model that is very helpful and convenient in designing an indoor vertical farm automation and remote monitoring. Indigenous material like bamboo as the grow chamber and water clay jar as a reservoir to maintain the water temperature cooling for hydroponics will be used in the implementation of the modern indoor farming. These materials are more economical and convenient for use, but will not compromise the nutrients needed for plant growth. The research paper design is beneficial to ASCOT, particularly in the establishment of introduction of modern farming technology to the farmers, particularly to those that are still using traditional farming techniques. The success of this study shall help the farmers in gaining higher yields and increasing the production of high value and quality crop like lettuce, which is the #1 ingredient used at hotels and restaurants in the province in making salads and other dishes. The design shall support food sustainability and shall serve as additional source of staple foods and livelihood in the community amidst the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change that causes extreme weather conditions. As we experience a very challenging time, we can rely and maximize the use of technology with proper guidance on how to properly utilize the system. Every family may also gain very significant results. As for the employed individuals, they can conveniently use the system to still monitor their growing crops, even at their respective workplaces, using its remote monitoring feature. As we see the harmful effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly its high transmissible rate, the people should stay in their homes for safety. As much as possible, it is recommended that every family should have indoor vertical farming in their respective homes to provide fresh, green, leafy vegetables that are nutritious and good for the health. During these trying times, the people can rely on maximize the use of technology. With proper guidance on how to properly utilize the system, every family may benefit from its very significant result. Using alternative means, like indigenous materials rather than plastic items, is also a big help in promoting green technology, which shall contribute to the protection and preservation of our mother earth. For future works, this design shall help develop an intelligent system with a learning algorithm trained and developed based on the collected monitoring data that can suggest what specific volumes of nutrients can produce more yields and better taste of the lettuce. I use the following references in the completion of my research paper as a project. Before I end my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincerest thanks and heartfelt appreciation to the Core Research Foundation, the organizers of the International Conference on Information Technology and Communication Engineering, to the keynote speakers, to the members of the International Committee, and of course, to my professor and advisor, Dr. Telma Di Palawag, for all the guidance and support that made me reach this far. Let me just share with you the words of Jericho Sanchez. It feels good at the end of the day to know you made a product that other people are going to enjoy. With that, I sincerely thank all of you. Stay safe, everyone, and God bless.
There you go. We have heard it from Sir Sherwin. Sharing is caring. So thank you, sir, for sharing your research with us. Another Agriculture 4.0 application. So once again, thank you very much, Sir Sherwin. All right, so we are done with the afternoon technical session, my dear participants. So this time we will take a coffee break for 15 to 20 minutes. So take your time to stretch and have a good sip of your hot or cold coffee. So we will be back at exactly 3:38. All right, so at 3:38 in the afternoon, Philippine time. So we will continue for another round of noteworthy keynote speeches. All right, so let's have a coffee break now. All right, and we are back. So again, hello to everyone. I hope you had a good rest and refreshment. Okay, so at this point in time, we will welcome another keynote speaker. But of course, before that, please let us know if you are still with us by showing this time a thumbs up reaction. So everyone, may I see a thumbs up reaction from our participants? Okay. So may I request other participants to please mute your microphone or mouth All right, so thank you very much for the thumbs up. That means we are now ready to welcome our next keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is very, very much willing to share his knowledge about innovation based on Internet of Things technology. He took his Bachelor of Science from Universitas Jenderal Sudirman, Magister of Informatics from Universitas Amikom Yogyakarta, Magister of Management from Universitas Jenderal Sudirman, and Doctor of Engineering from Kanazawa University, Japan. All right. So he is also a member of Computer Higher Education Association, a member of Indonesian Computer Electronics and Instrumentation Support Society, and the secretary of a Central Java chapter of the same organization. He has been a lecturer since 2009, and now he is the Dean of Computer Science Faculty of Universitas Amikom Purwokerto. His research field is in artificial intelligence, data mining, machine learning, biological monitoring, Internet of Technology, decision support system, and information system. He has published more than 20 scientific articles in Scopus Index journals, has won patent, has more than 5 copyright of software, and has published more than 10 scientific books. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Ima Tayudin. Sir?
Okay, check. Is here? It's clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the time, ladies and gentlemen. In this conference, please let me share my slides. It's okay?
Yes, sir, we can see the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, in this conference, I would like to present our research. The title is about the innovation of multifunction device based on the Internet of Things technology. I am and my partners, Berlana and Bambang Pilu Hargato. For this conference, I would like to present about what is the IoT, and then IoT architecture, and then also the IoT application. And also I would like to present about the top 10 strategic IoT technologies, benefit of IoT, industrial IoT, and IoT challenges. And the last one is our project, our application. This is the AMPU design, AMPU application. Then I will explain about the process and also the data visualization. Okay, we talk. Like we know that IoT is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, objects, animals, or people that are provided with unique to computer interactions. And the things mean that IoT farm animal with a chip transponder an automobile that has built-in natural or man-made object that can be assigned an IP address and is able to transfer data over a network. And so IoT sensor network of billions of smart devices that connect people, system, and other applications to collect and share data. And before we talk about the architecture IoT, the IoT architecture, we also should know that the IoT is a concept of connecting any device with an on and off switch to the internet. Phones, coffee makers, washing machines, headphones, lamps, wearable devices, and almost anything else you can think of. This also applies to components of machines. For example, a jet engine of an airplane or the of an oil rich flows includes the relationship will be between people to people, people to things, and things to things. And also the dominant consumers IoT device worldwide is the smart TV. Between 25 to 35% of consumers worldwide own a television that can connect to the internet according to Deloitte research. However, other areas of the IoT market are growing rapidly. So for the IoT architecture, actually, there are four items. The first one is IoT devices, and the second one is network, platform, and application. For the IoT architecture, the first one is IoT devices, basically devices that can be monitored and controlled from long distance or remote process with using sensor or wireless module IoT. For example, electronic devices using temperature sensor, humidity sensor, and etc. And for the network, actually this the items, the interconnection for data transferring, and the third one is platform, and the fourth one is application. The application is such as for the smart city application, smart home application, or smart environment application. In this slide, we focus on the IoT application. There are many IoT applications such as smart car, wearables, smart appliance, smart building, smart home, smart TV, smart farming, smart health, and etc. Let's explain three of them. The first one is home and building automation. The home and building automation, this application is correlated with the security, energy efficiency, and saving energy. There are many the devices already shared in the market for the home and building automation, like the freezer, and then also the cooling the home, and etc. And also the second one is the smart city. These applications present to improve the quality of life of city with the various facilities such as the healthcare facilities, media, such as the environment monitoring, intelligent transportation system. And the last one is smart grids. Smart grids application refer to electricity efficiency, such as smart meter, renewable energy resources, energy efficient resources. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. And then there are 10 strategic IoT technologies and trends. The artificial input data is to fill the power of the IoT, and the organization's ability to derive meaning from it will be defined their long-term success. And the second one is the social, legal, and ethical IoT. In this strategy, there's include ownership of data and the deductions made from it. algorithmic bias, privacy, and compliance with regulations such as the general data effective but also socially acceptable. And the third one, this is the infonomics and data broking. What is it? The theory of infonomics takes monetization of data further by seeing it as a strategic business asset to be recorded in the company accounts. By 2023, the buying and selling of IoT data will become an essential part of many IoT systems. And the next, the shift from the intelligent edge to intelligent mesh. This is the shift from the centralized and cloud to edge architectures is well underway in the IoT space. This mesh architecture will enable more flexible, intelligent, and responsive IoT system, although often at the cost of additional complexities. And the fifth is the IoT governance. As the IoT continues to expand, the need for a governance framework that storage, use, and deletion of information related to IoT projects will become increasingly important. And the sixth one is the sensor innovation. The sensor markets will evolve continuously through 2023. New sensors will enable a wider range of situations and events to be detected. And the seventh, that's the trusted hardware and operating system. We expect to see the deployment of the hardware and software combination that together creates more trustworthy and secure IoT system. And next, for the novel IoT user experiences, this is the user experience driven by 4 factors like new sensor, new algorithms, new experience architecture and context, and also socially aware experiences. And the ninth is the silicon chip innovation. By 2023, it's expected that new special purpose chips will reduce the power consumption required to run IoT devices. And the last one is the new wireless networking technologies for IoT. IoT networking involves balancing a set of competing requirements. In particular, they should explore 5G, the forthcoming generation of low Earth orbit satellites and backscattered networks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So what's the benefit of IoT itself? The IoT offers a number of benefits to organization, enabling what is it? Enabling them to, the first one is monitor their overall business process. This one of the benefit, the IoT benefits. Monitoring their overall business process by automatic automation process, we can monitor the process from the production and then the processing until the the output of the process itself. And the second one is the input the customer experience. By using the IoT devices, we can easily and we can comfortable and etc. So it can improve the customer experience. The third one is save time and money, of course, because the time efficiency and also the easy of use and etc. The fourth is the enhanced employee productivity by the automatization machine and also by the precision measuring. The precision is also can assist the production process. And then the other benefit of IoT implementation is to integrate and adapt the business model and make better business decision, because in some application by using the many methods like the decision support system method and etc. And the last one is to generate more revenue, because there are many efficiency and also of course the quality itself. So by using the IoT devices, there are many benefits. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how about the industrial IoT or IIoT? The industrial IoT focus on the use of several physical systems to monitor the physical factory process and make data-based automated decisions. And also, while the physical systems are made the intelligent using IoT, the real-time communication and cooperation both to each other and with human is established via the wireless web. And also, IoT brings the concept of a connected factory to a smart factory. And then for the industrial IoT in manufacturing, actually there are 8 points. What is the 8 point itself? The first one is digital or the connected factory. IoT enable machinery can transmit operational information to the partners like original equipment manufacturers and to field engineers. And the second one is the facility management. The use of the IoT sensor in manufacturing equipment enable conditions-based maintenance alerts. And the third one is the production flow monitoring. IoT in monitoring can enable the monitoring of production lines starting from the refining process down to the packaging of final products. And the fourth is the inventory management. By using the IoT application, permit monitoring of events across a supply chain. And then for the fifth one is the plant safety and security. IoT combined big data analysis can improve the overall workers' safety and security in the plants. And the next is the quality control. Of course, in the manufacturing, IoT sensors collect aggregate product data and other third-party syndicated data from various stages of a product cycle. And the seventh, packaging optimization. By using IoT sensor in products and or packaging, manufacturers can gain insight into the user patterns and handling of product from multiple customers. And the last one is the logistic and supply chain optimization. The industrial IoT can provide access to real-time supply chain information by tracking materials, equipment, and product as they move through the supply chains. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and the IoT challenges, what are IoT challenges in this era? Actually, the first one is the security and then the privacy and data sharing issues. This is the IoT challenges in this time. Because what that is the hot issues for the IoT challenges. IoT devices are closely connected. All a hacker has to do is exploit one vulnerability to manipulate all the data, rendering it unusable. And manufacturers that don't update their devices regularly or at all leave them vulnerable to cyber criminals. However, hackers aren't the only threat to the Internet of Things. Privacy is another major concern for IoT users. For instance, companies that make and distribute consumer IoT devices could use this devices to obtain and sell user personal data. So the challenges with the industrial IoT, the first one is the security of data, and then reliability and stability, and then the connectivity of all the system in IoT set up, and the last one is the blending legacy system. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and then this is our projects. I give name as the AMPU. This is the IoT application. There are many features in this IoT devices, such as automatic hand sanitizer, automatic body temperature detector, automatic temperature counter, liquid level indicator, power supply management, data logger, and measuring saturation. Actually, this devices is inspired by this pandemic era, COVID-19, that one of the, important things to reduce or to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 is by often washing the hand. So that's why we constructing these devices or IoT devices. How about the design preparation, data transferring, and data visualization? The first one is the ample design preparation. Actually, the team for the design preparation is by using the prototype, and also after that by using the acrylic media, and after that we use the sticker to make it interesting. And this is the final design for the ample application. And then what is the ample application itself? Actually, we can see in this schematic. Actually, this is the mini computer with the algorithms work for the saving the temperature data, and also for saving the volume data and hand sanitizer, and also for the counter of the fixture. And then this is the microcontroller. By using this microcontroller, we can do many activities like I mentioned before for the some features in the ample application, like for the measuring the volume hand sanitizer, for the measuring the body temperature, for displaying the temperature, and also for the automation, and also for the alarm automation alarm, and many others. And by using this action, the activation can be saved in the mini computer. And for the data transferings, when there is the activity by using the ample devices, this data is transferred, and also analysis using the ThinkSpeak, and we can see how about the output of the activity from the ample itself. However, by discussion of the teams, we obtain the output from the ample activity is not too clear if we read from the ThinkSpeak. So why in this project we construct the web for the visualization output. So in the next is we constructing the visualization website to monitoring the body temperature, and then the saturation, and also the visitor counter, and we can also monitoring the level of the liquid. And this is our project. And for the conclusions, that the IoT is a concept where many objects can be recorded by sensor, and it has ability to transfer data through the internet network. And also the sector of IoT are IoT devices, network platform, and application. And one of the application that already we construct this the ample application, IoT application, it has ability to measure the temperature, automatic hand sanitizer, automatic counter visitor, liquid level indicator, power supply management, measuring the saturation, and also to be a data logger. I think that's all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
There you have it. Internet of Things has gone a long way in the evolution of innovative technologies. Thank you very much, Dr. Imam, for sharing with us about IoT and, of course, about AMPU. Okay, so for our dear participants, you may now start posting your questions in the chat box, ready for our question and answer session later. All right. So this time, let us listen to another hot topic from our next keynote speaker. He is a well-experienced IT consultant in the field of enterprise systems development and IT project management. His expertise in enterprise Java solutions thereby gave him various government project experiences from Bureau of Internal Revenue of the Philippines to Housing and Development Board of Singapore. As a project and account manager, he had handled clients' accounts from German European School, Singapore, Singapore Flying College, Singapore Institute of Management, Singapore Tourism Board, Housing and Development Board, Imperia Institute of Technology, Malaysia, Brainy Moves, Singapore, ACTS College, Singapore, Academy of Fine Arts, Maurice Allen English, Singapore, and Malaysia, and Intercontinental Hotel Group, Singapore, and UK. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Ryan S. Evangelista for his talk about artificial intelligence and quantum computing. Dr. Ryan?
Hello, yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for that warm welcome and then a detailed introduction about myself. So thank you. So for this afternoon, I'm going to talk about the general concept of artificial intelligence and quantum computing and engineering the future, how these two technology can be used to engineer the future of humanity. Okay, so now let me share my screen. All right, okay, so again, good afternoon. So as I've mentioned, my topic is the general concept of AI and quantum computing, engineering the future. So based on what I've seen on the previous speakers, so they're talking about more on technology, communication, and information technology. But all of those is technology that is deemed to be used to improve the lives of the people. Okay, so summing up all of those, we call it engineering the future, which is my topic now. Okay, so the content of my discussion will be introduction and concept of AI and quantum computing, the pros and cons of AI, growth and future of AI, and a conclusion of these two technologies. So before anything else, so let me just give a prop-up of what AI is all about. So AI, it is coined with two words, artificial and intelligence. But when we talk about intelligence, we know that it is the capacity to learn and solve some problem. And then this problem is typically complex problem. So it is not an easy problem. It is a complex engineering, scientific problems. And then all of this intelligence, when embedded to a machine, we call it an artificial intelligence. So it is a simulation of human brain or human intelligence by a machine. And then this machine should be able to solve, as I mentioned earlier, complex problem. Okay. And then the second one is act rationally, to think based on the facts, based on the data that is available. Then act like humans, meaning to say there is already some sort of an emotion. So with this, these are special type of intelligence. And then also, let's put our mind that the central core or principle of AI is number one, reasoning. The machine or the robot should be able to reason out in facts, knowledge, planning, learning, and of course, conveying the message or communication. Then also, the AI should have some sort of a perception and the ability to move and manipulate object. And also, we know in general, it is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent like computer programs. So actually this now is, most of the programs is available on the internet, so you could explore them. Okay, but those are just a miniature. It is not yet in production. So these are just miniature for you to explore. But it is a good that all of those resources is available on the net. Okay, so AI is not new. AI is already old technology. Okay, but AI is keep evolving as our technology progresses, right? So in here we have in the 1950s, it is already started there. So they just think, okay, if I will add something, a bit of intelligence to my program, it is already AI. Then after that, as the year progresses, humans are becoming more and more demanding. They want machines to do more than what they are capable of doing. So they add more functionality, they add more features, they add a lot of things that a machine can do. Okay. So instead of doing a routine work, a machine can solve complex problems. Okay? So based on what we have now, okay, so we have a lot of applications in various industries. So we have AI in healthcare. We have AI in drug discovery. We have AI in engineering research. We have AI in augmented reality. So all of those are latest development and applications of AI. So another thing that I want to emphasize is that AI will not be an AI without the computing algorithms. So this is the engine of knowledge. Okay, so meaning to say this is the brain of artificial intelligence. So you have to have the concept and knowledge of algorithms to implement artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is not just a simple machine that you will buy in the shelf. So you must to have some sort of an intelligence embedded to that machine so that it will become intelligent. Of course, you have to have also the data that will be used by the algorithm to make the machine, to make the system intelligent. Okay. So as I mentioned, we have various applications of AI now in the industry. So I do have some video here. So I will just play some in the because I have a limited time. So I'll just play some so that you will really see where are we now in the field of artificial intelligence in various industry. So in here, I will play a video, applications of AI in the healthcare.
I am a healer, bringing clarity to our most important questions.
Diabetic retinopathy can happen if blood sugar stays too high over a long period of time.
And comfort in times of uncertainty.
What procedure am I having today?
You are having a bronchoscopy.
Shining a light on a path forward.
You gotta get an OR.
And finding answers when every second counts. I am watching over our frontline heroes, creating a safer place to do their life-saving work, guiding them to faster answers, and delivering care wherever it's needed. I am opening new worlds of discovery and mapping new treatments for every individual. Creating a community to collaborate with thousands and sharing knowledge that can heal millions. I am a
Okay, so that is the applications of AI in the healthcare industry. Okay, so let me proceed. Okay, so we have another applications of AI in the music industry. So this area is not actually only just a plain music, but this slide is just they focus on the music because they want to see if an intelligent machine, an AI, can do something like a composer can do. So meaning to say an AI trying to compose an original music. Okay, so after training the model, okay, after training an AI model from various experts in the field of musical composition, they found out that AI can also do an original composition. Initially, they thought that AI will just copy a bit of this from this composer and a bit of that from this composer. So that is what the initial thought that they have in mind. But actually, when they check it, okay, because you know in scientific research we have the plagiarism tests. In music, they also have that equivalent. So they check the musical composition and they found out it is unique. Therefore, they concluded that AI can also do original music. So let me just play to you the sample that they have. So this one is originally composition of AI. Okay, so look what kind of generations and technology that we have now. So AI now can do music composition. All right. Okay. So we also have applications of AI in telecommunication. So this one is more on trafficking. So they're checking which sites has more traffic so that they can divert traffic to other sites. So AI knows which site has less traffic so that they can serve the customers in their optimal frequency. Okay. So let me skip that. So now we also have this robotics because when we coined AI, okay, rather when we always saying AI, we always coin it to a robot because we know that AI, to become more realistic, we apply it to a machine, to a physical machine. And then that physical machine, we always think that it is a robot. Okay, so now a robot, okay, having an AI, so become now a machine that has an intelligence to do more complex thing. Okay, typically this robot is a mechanical in nature, okay, and usually contains electronic circuits and all those stuff. And then this robot is an autonomous or semi-autonomous, depending on the configuration. And then the robot also, as I mentioned earlier, may sense some sort of an intelligence or convey some emotions of its own. So in China, there is a robot there that if you look into it, the robot knows whether or not you are happy. So if the robot detects that you're happy, they will also show you a happy face. So if the robot detects you are angry, so they will also they will feel threatened, I mean, and then they will feel sad. So something like that. So it's already the levels of development that we have in artificial intelligence. So also we have applications of AI in banking and financial services. So especially those in the field of trades, stock markets. So they are very fanatic of what appropriate algorithms, what appropriate AI technology to use so that they can predict which stocks will be in a high and which stock will be in a boom. Okay, so a lot of this is already developing and happening, but there is no exact technology that can be used. But of course, at least we have some sort of benchmark. At least we know, okay, I know that this tech will be possibly be a good to take or a good stock to buy or a stock to sell, okay, because of the prediction that AI is giving to us. Okay, so let us move. Okay, so we also have some other applications of AI. So we have a credit granting, so IS, AI expert system on products, plant layout. So actually this plant layout is used in, can also use in the construction industry. So in the building management, building modeling management, something like that. Then they also have applications on help desk and assistance. So those chatbot, okay, so that is already a form of assistance. So every time you text or you key in some messages there, so the chatbot will detect. So this question is referring to what? Then the AI will respond accordingly. Okay. So and then also another application is the performance of the employee. Okay. So we're in the HR will just upload all the necessary information, and then AI will do the prediction. AI will do the assessment. So this staff needs more training. This staff needs more support on his job role, something like that. Okay. Then we also have applications in shipping, marketing, all those stuff. Okay, up to nuclear management. All of this is AI. Okay, under the area of artificial intelligence. Now we also have applications of AI in education. So as I mentioned earlier, AI is everywhere, okay, including education. So in advanced country, they already employ artificial intelligence in education by using augmented reality and virtuality. So they use this technology to simulate the, for example, in the field of medicine, so they simulate human body. So how the heart works. So how the blood flows, passes through the arteries. So they already use this technology so that it will give a more visualization on the student to see how human body works. Okay, of course, this is just more on a simulation. So it is just a reinforcement of what they will do later on in the practice. Okay, so let me just skip that. Okay, so this is the video I want to show to you. So this one is a combination of all. Okay, so this one is a smart building. So a smart building that utilizes a lot of technologies, artificial intelligence, remote sensing, all of those technology are embedded here. So this is the future that we are getting towards to. But of course, the first taker are those in advanced countries, but ASEAN is already moving into that sphere, but on a slower phase. So some countries, for example, Singapore, they already have some of this. But in the Philippines, I believe they're still catching up. Malaysia, I believe also on this stage. They already have this smart technology, including Thailand. Okay, so let me just play this so that you could see the levels of applications of AI that we have now in the industry.
Every day in this smart building, 2,000 lights are controlled from one central management system, illuminating 170,000 square feet of space. 1,000 people arrive at 5 access card readers, informing 2 chefs how much food to prepare for the day ahead. 6 smart lifts automatically open, taking staff to their floors securely, saving 11 kilowatt hours of energy. 150 fire extinguishers, 100 smoke detectors, 15 fire panels and 2 suppression systems protect the building against the threat of smoke and flame. 86 cameras secure the building's traffic and identity management, while 100 control points are accessed 5,000 times. 150 vents manage 21,000 liters of conditioned air per second, heated or cooled to ideal temperatures. One management platform centralizes it all. Every day, this smart building learns. It monitors fire systems, identifying and eliminating false alarms. It analyzes the city around it to understand traffic, rainfall, CO2, and air quality. It connects with a security hub, enabling a proactive security posture. This smart building learns to conserve energy. It studies chillers, optimizing airflow and temperature to maximize savings. It reduces energy consumption and cost through distributed energy storage. It proactively maintains gold LEED standards and asset value. This smart building learns to manage occupancy. It analyzes meeting room attendance, dynamically changing airflow and temperature. It tracks desk and area usage, aiding authorities in times of emergency and optimizing space requirements. It monitors calories consumed and distances traveled, supporting healthy lifestyles. It works with other connected spaces as they learn and optimize together. And every day, this smart building learns from us. It asks us, are we safe? Are we secure? Are we comfortable? Are we successful?
All right. So this is the level of technology that we have now. So we are looking forward that this kind of technology will be spread in the ASEAN region so that we could have this kind of a level of AI application in our respective cities and buildings. Okay. So to sum up, the AI, so there is advantages and disadvantages such as the pros and cons as I mentioned earlier. So AI, they have more powerful and more useful machines or computers. There is also new and improved interfaces. So it is not just a typical mouse, keyboard. So there's a lot of sensors, various type of sensors to capture the environmental parameters, air, gas, temperature, all those stuff. Okay. Then also, since this AI have a lot of new interfaces, more powerful, they were able to solve new complex problem that we cannot solve before. Okay. So that's why now AI is constantly solving new problems that humans cannot solve at the moment. And then also AI is better in handling of information. Then also AI relies on, or rather relieves information overload because we train the model and then the model is just basing on the characteristic when you train it. Okay. And then also it converts information into a knowledge. So for example, you have a data set of heart diseases. So these heart diseases can be translated to a machine learning model to predict, okay, to predict if the person will be having this kind of diseases. So you convert the information into a knowledge. Okay. Then for the disadvantage, so of course it increased cost. So this kind of technology is not a cheap technology. It is expensive. But sooner or later, it is a trend in technology. As technology become mature, the cost is reducing. Okay. Now, number two, we have a difficulty of with the software because we need to have expert in creating algorithms. We need expert in creating a powerful software to solve this problem. Okay. We could have various algorithms, but the question there, how fast the algorithm solve. For example, if you want to train a CNN model, okay, it will take you days just to finish the model. So how to address such issues? Okay, so which later on I will touch a bit. Also, there is also a few experienced engineers or programmers in the field. So it is a big opportunity to train technology scientists in the field of artificial intelligence. As far as I know, in the Philippines, we only have 2 schools offering graduate level program in artificial intelligence. I think that is the University of the Philippines in Diliman and Batangas State University. They offering artificial intelligence on a master's level program to address this issue. Okay, and then also we have few products have reached the market yet. Actually, they try to control it due to number 5. ethics in artificial intelligence, because there is no law yet to regulate the use of artificial intelligence. Because though AI is very promising, there is a lot of issues that may appear later on. Okay, so that's why number 5 is issue to number 4. Okay, so before we move, okay, another topic that I have here is the technology supremacy, the computing, which is will focus on quantum computers. Okay, in artificial intelligence, the traditional AI that we know is that we're using classical computers. And then that classical computers is using the traditional computing values that we have. We have the 0 and 1. Okay, but as we required, or rather as we move to a more computing resources, as we demand more computing power, current computing technology, the classical computer cannot sustain, cannot provide us the resources that we need. So it will never be. So that's why scientists and engineers, okay, try to develop new area of technology development, and that is quantum computers. Okay, quantum computers or quantum computing, okay, this is a computing that is based on quantum mechanics. So they have this concept of superposition, entanglement. So if you're familiar with the quantum mechanics, so those are the concept backbone of the quantum mechanics. So in quantum computing, okay, a bit, a value, a binary value, okay, in classical computer, we know it is 0 and 1. If it is 0, it is 0. If it is 1, it is 1. In quantum computing, in qubits, a digit can be a 0 or 1 or both. Okay, so thereby creating it a more powerful tool to solve complex computing problem. Okay, so later on I'll show some program how quantum computing utilizes this concept. Okay, so quantum computers, okay, they say once it is fully developed, quantum computers will be the end of the security. Why? Because quantum computing can easily crack your password, can easily crack the RSA security that we have now by applying quantum algorithm. The popular there is the Shor's algorithm. Shor's algorithm can immediately crack your password. But of course, the current bits that we have is not yet sufficient to crack all of the password that we have. But sooner or later, once this technology become mature, the RSA security will die. Okay, so we have to be prepared for that. But of course, if there is a dying technology, there is a new technology rising to replace the RSA. And I believe that will also be area of quantum security. Okay, talking about that, as I mentioned, quantum computers is still in infancy period. So this technology requires more technology scientists and engineers to deep dive into this technology. And then tech company need people with the knowledge and skills to develop technologies, applications, software, algorithm in quantum computers. Because as of now, I don't see much product developed under quantum computing technology. Maybe because of the skill set, maybe because of the hype of the market, maybe the market is not yet pushing into it. But I'm telling you, in other advanced countries, they already using quantum technology in military. So on high cost, they're using it on the military. But sooner or later, they will use it in business enterprises. So that's why this time, if universities can start empowering faculties so that this faculty can teach students the next generations of technologies to enable quantum computing on the level of enterprises, the better. So as I mentioned, Jobs needed in the distant future, not for now, but in the distant future, once the quantum technology evolve, so they will require quantum computer engineers, quantum computer scientists, quantum programmers, and as I mentioned, RSA will be compromised, so they will be needing a quantum security specialist. So these are the jobs needed in the distant future. So do we have this skill set now? So I'm not sure. So now for the future, engineering the future with AI and quantum computing. So looking on the features and its wide application, we may define stick to the AI, saying that the development of AI is that the future world is becoming more intelligent or artificial. So that's why you have the metaverse, right? Metaverse is a duplicate, a second world, okay? So without AI, without quantum, metaverse will not sustain its need, okay? Also, we have biological intelligence is fixed because it's an old, mature paradigm, but with the new paradigm of non-biological computation and intelligence, it's growing exponentially. What I'm talking about here is that if you talk about last time biology, biology is a fixed knowledge, you know, evolution, stages of development, nah? But now it is not. It is now one of the sexy job now. Because of what? Because of the biotechnology, because of the bioinformatics. So it is the fusions of biology and computing algorithms. Drug discovery is also included into this area, okay? So there is so much opportunity in artificial intelligence when fused with other industry or other field. Okay, so we can say now that natural intelligence is limited and volatile too. World may now depend upon the computers for smoothing work. So the current intelligence that we have now may be limited, meaning limited to some people only. But with the AI becoming more available, so all of this will become accessible to even developing countries, thus helping this country to solve their problems. Okay, so the explosive growth of AI is two-edged sword. Okay, so since AI is applicable in most fields, they become the need of our life. It is the reason behind this explosive. The growth can be divided into two, okay, based on the application. So the one is a positive sense, useful to the society. So all beneficial to the society. Then the second one is the negative. It may cause harm to the society if unchecked, right? For example, in the banking applications of AI in banking. So if AI, okay, because there is a lot of AI, you know, help us for our authentication. AI help you to get all the information you need to your account, all of those stuff. But also AI can use to get some of this data and give it to some unauthorized user. So that's why it is a negative side. So if you heard the deep fake, okay, this is also AI. So that's why ethics in AI should be put in place. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to regulate, to control the explosions of AI. So I also have here the sample video of education in China. They apply artificial intelligence. So they use electro ECG. EEG. Yeah, because we have three biosensors. We have the EMG, EEG, and ECG. In China, they use EEG to detect brain wave signal. Okay, this brainwave signal, they use it as a measure of getting students' attention. So if the EEG is high, they correlate it to high student attention, meaning the student is listening, paying attention to the teacher, and getting high results. But if the attention is low, meaning the EEG is low, so they correlate to low scores. So these are the applications of AI, but still unvalidated. But in China, it is producing results, so that's why they accept it. Maybe we could have a lot of research on this so that in the future we could totally conclude that these biosensing devices can be used in education. Okay, so I will skip this one. Okay, so as I mentioned, since there is no law, okay, there is no law, international law about the regulations of AI. So each country, okay, set their own governance, okay, in regulating the use of AI. Okay, so actually in Singapore they have this framework. So there are only two framework that they really highlighted. If you want to use AI in Singapore, you have to follow these two. Number one, the algorithms should be explainable, transparent, and fair, meaning the decision making of AI or of the machine should be explainable, transparent, and fair. It cannot be just a black box. The AI decide to do this and that's it, no explanation. In Singapore, you cannot do that. Then next is the AI system should be human-centric, meaning to say the decision that AI will do is based on human, pro-human. Okay, AI will not do harm to the human. All the AI decisions should be pro-human, pro-life. Okay, so these are the two guiding principles in utilizing artificial intelligence in Singapore. So AI is very big. AI is very promising. AI is still, again, in infancy. Infancy. It is not yet fully developed, but we are moving into that. Okay. So we need more research, more technology developers in the field of artificial intelligence that can benefit the society. So now the question there is that, are we ready for that kind of development? Because as we develop the society with technology, with artificial intelligence, the job of the future is also changing. All those jobs that we know in the past, for example, you are encoder using a manual typewriter. In the future, there will be no typewriter in the future. There will be no encoder in the future. AI will do it for you. Okay, so this matrix, or rather diagram, is from the World Economic Forum. So they map the current job that we have and the future. So we have engineering goes to what kind of job of the future. So we have the cloud developers. So we have the manufacturing goes where? So this is the new area. Okay, so we have the product development. We have the cloud engineer, all those new jobs that we have in the future. So there is a mapping. So what the mapping is telling us is that some of the job will gone. Okay, so these are the losers. That's what World Economic Forum is saying. We have the winners and losers in the future. But their goal is not just to tell them what will be the future, but to encourage this group of people to relearn, to retool themselves so that they will be able to compete to the needs of the future, and making them a more capable. They are making them more productive in the next society. They call it Society 4.0. If we do have Industry 4.0, we also have Society 4.0, wherein we live in automation, we live in AI, we live in the rule of law. Okay, so this is the future that we will be having 5 or 10 years from now. So that's why my talk is engineering the future. So we need to engineer the future gearing towards this direction. The question is, are we preparing the current generation for that future? Okay, so I think that's it. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan, for your valuable insights about the progress of artificial intelligence, from which I am excited about, where the future of technologies are enormous, from AI in health, AI in music, telecommunications, education, and a lot more. So you just imagine what the future would be because of AI, plus the addition of quantum computing. All right, so thank you very much, Doc Ryan, for your sharing. And of course, to add more to the insights gained from our keynote speakers, we shall have our next speaker, who is a former software engineer and currently the Dean of the College of Computer Studies in University of Perpetual Help System, DALTA, Molino Campus in the Philippines. He is a candidate in Doctor of Philosophy, major in Technology Education from Rizal Technological University in Manila, Philippines. He is a recipient of International Scientist Award in Research category, organized and hosted by VD Good Professional Association in Trivandrum, India. Recently, he is an awardee of the Global Empowerment Awards 2021 under the Global Educators and Researchers Awards category. He is research reviewer, editorial board, technical working committee, and a conference and session chair in the different international research conferences and journals in computer science, information technology, and engineering. He also serves as public lecturer, guest lecturer, and adjunct professor in different universities in Indonesia and India. He received different citations, recognitions as honorable guest, keynote speaker in different international conferences in Asia, Europe, and USA. He is a certified auditor of ISO 9001:2015, Microsoft Technology Associate, and TVET certification system. He is also working as a technical working committee in Bureau of Philippine Standards of Information Technology Education and Training of the Department of Trade and Industry in the Philippines. He is passionate in quality assurance, in technology education, and software engineering. Let us all welcome Dr. Pastor Arguelles Jr. to deliver his talk on object detecting CCTV, an artificial intelligence system using centroid tracking algorithm. Sir?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. A pleasant afternoon to everyone. This is very, of course, timely from the presentation of Dr. Evangelista. I should agree because the quantum bit or the quantum computing nowadays will be a career for the future IT professionals. So, of course, thank you so much, Cork Research Foundation. Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. Dean Ivy from Isabela State University. I have so many friends from Isabela State University, including Dr. Alvarez of the CBA. But of course, thank you so much, Cork Research Foundation, for inviting me to speak before the International Conference on Information Technology and Communication Engineering. And of course, let me share with you the presentation slide. Wait for a while. Okay. Can you see now my presentation?
Still sharing, sir?
Still sharing, okay. Maybe the connection is...
All right, that's it, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. So, okay, let me show it, the presentation slide. Not working yet. Okay, it's there. Now, again, I am Pastor Arguelles Jr., the Dean of the College of Computer Studies of University of Perpetua Health System here in Molino campus in Cavite. So my presentation this afternoon will focus on the object detecting CCTV intelligence system with real-time analysis. So with me in my presentation is composed of 6 important items: the introduction, objectives, methodologies, design process, the results, and the recommendation. This is the recent research and studies on the engineering and technology. So as far as the introduction is concerned, the essential aspect of a country's self-sustenance is, of course, security. And the concept of security has been developed to encompass not just the absence of conflict, but also human rights, good governance, access to education and healthcare, and to ensure that each individual has all these opportunities and choices to fulfill his or her own potentials. So a lot of citizens prefer safety and security rather than heightened status. So higher number of properties such as the vehicles or our cars in residences and establishments would mean that a greater chance to have potential targets for all these intruders or offenders, which would increase the rate of the crime. So looking at this aspect, potential offenders may engage in a cost-benefit analysis of committing a crime and may ultimately be motivated to do it due to their needs, despite the presence of security and likely consequences when caught. So offenders may actively select and select residences with more residents and security, regardless that of something that would risk them. So with the use of automation and technology, a new and improved license plate recognition, maybe this is not new for everyone, but definitely it would also be a form on how we could actually protect or even secure our facilities or establishments in terms of detection, the method of detection that is being introduced here now on one of the essential tools used by law enforcement agencies, even in other countries. So the automatic license or plate recognition system, or ALPR, that can record the license plates of a vehicle or vehicles with accurate results. So along with the use closed-circuit television, CCTV cameras, these technologies can help resolve the errors encountered with the manual transcription of license plates that are entering and leaving an establishment. So the currently available technology that aims to solve this issue or problem is with the use of license plate recognition system, so which are used for automated vehicle management and identification, such as entrance, the admission in highway, and even the establishments, the security, the parking control, and road traffic control. However, any university has its method of vehicle plate registration, which is actually or even done manually. So hence, the researchers or the developers of this project, a low-cost automatic license plate recognition surveillance system using object detection and classification and computer vision methods that will monitor those vehicles that are entering the establishment or the vicinity to improve the security and safety of the individuals made or inside these premises. So these are the objectives: to record video footage from the camera and to transfer it to the main server. These are the functionality objectives. To localize and detect the license plate on vehicles, to display legitimate registered plate using an alert method or system, to save vehicle information in the database or into the backend, and to perform optical character recognition in determining string information in the license plate. So the methodologies, so we used the prototype. The researchers used the prototype as a sample implementation of the system. So it provides limited and main functional capabilities of the proposal. And it moves around in a circle, and it builds on, of course, on the earlier version. Definitely, there is a systems development life cycle of this prototyping that is composed of 6 important phases or stages in the method. This is first would be determine objectives, develop it. Third would be refining. Fourth, we demonstrate the test. So this is composed of different tests. It could be, of course, the functionality test, the product test, the performance test, and alike. And of course, the implementation of the project. So the input, process, output, this is exactly how the concept established. In the input, the developers used a camera module connected to Raspberry Pi with video footage and acting as the inputs to the system. Definitely, the device is then placed at the entrance of the establishments, or maybe on the front gate of the establishment, that provides a clear and unobstructed view of approaching vehicles. So this is important since the camera module has no autofocus capability, and the standard 5-volt or even the 2.5 amperes micro USB power supply is used to power the Raspberry Pi. And as far as the process is concerned, the gathered footage of the camera will then be sent to the main server through LAN or local area network. And the main server will then run the license plate detection model on the video footage. Therefore, we check for license plates in each frame. So after processing, the detected license plate is segmented and processed by the optical character recognition model. So there is a GUI or graphical user interface that displays the license plate number, even the date, the time where the license plate is being scanned or scanned. So every scanned license plate will determine if the cars are registered in the establishments. That's why in the output, the system will be having 2 outputs then. So the footage of the camera will be streamed to the computer or to the personal computer, wherein the license plate detection process will run. And once a license plate is detected, it will determine if they are registered or not. As you can see, there are 2 colors of the LED light, the red and the green. So the other output is where the system will give a notification to the security officers using a LED indicator, so which could either be color green, that indicates if the detected license plate is registered, or color red if that particular vehicle is not registered or the license plate is not registered. So there is a database, of course, that would cater those informations to be processed. Now, this is exactly the process of the Centroid tracking algorithm. So this particular algorithm, in developing this particular system or software, the researchers encountered the problem. This is part of software development, wherein the license plate is not being tracked or not tracked in each frame. So therefore, to solve this, the researchers used modified version of the Centroid tracking algorithm that works, of course, by registering the detected bounding boxes for an object to a list and assigning a unique identification number to them. So another list keeps assigning a unique track of registered bounding boxes that are not detected. And therefore, in the current frame, the researchers used the dictionary or the data dictionary or the data structure using Python programming language to accomplish this. So although it can also be done using other data structures or methodology or model, the state of this registered bounding box is updated when a frame is processed. So if a bounding box is not updated in the next frame, definitely its counter in the list of disappeared frames is increased. And after a set of amount of frames, it is removed from the list and is deregistered. So this is exactly the algorithm works in the process or the system. So this is the ALPR, the system configuration of the SmartCom ALPR system. As mentioned before, the availability of using ALPR technology is not yet widely implemented in the Philippines. However, some companies provide ALPR services but still require a quotation for their pricing. And SmartCom, one store in the Philippines, based in the Philippines, which is a Korean-based company, specializes in developing and manufacturing electronic-based devices. So they provide an ALPR system for different applications such as car parks, hospitals, commercial buildings, and even shopping malls. So the data set splitting, of course, training on object model involves gathering a large number of images to create in a data set. That's why to set up the camera for this video recording and detection, we have three important items or things that we have to significantly, follow accordingly. We have to have the server location. And of course, there are two setups of camera. It's located in the front gate of the establishment. And definitely this LED bulb will give the security officers to significantly know whether if this car is, the car that is entering is registered or not registered. So this is the implementation design of this technology. As I mentioned, it is composed of two LED lights, the green and the red, that will definitely provide information and analysis or decision to the security on board for them to be able to know whether if the car entering the premise of the company or university is registered or not registered. Therefore, the results and conclusions and recommendations will follow. So the reliability and the object of this object detecting CCTV using system with real-time analysis composed of three major factors as far as this the evaluation or the result of the evaluation is concerned under the position of the license plate recognition model. It's composed of the average precision, the precision, and the intersection over union. So 86.54% under the intersection over union, the precision 99%, and the average precision is 99.89%. So therefore, this after the evaluation has been done, it has been a basis where objectives are met. And the conclusion itself, this study was able to capture and record video footage from the Raspberry and send it to the main server, and was able to share the video footage in the main server. So the system was able to localize and detect the license plates while performing the optical character recognition to determine the string format of the license plate. So the study was able to develop the module where it saves a vehicular license plate number and also the information such as legitimate vehicle plate number, the time, and the notification. So it was also established the development of an alert to check the status of the vehicle. In addition, the result took an accuracy, as I mentioned, the 99.89, and found out that the device is highly reliable for proper detection and recording of license plate of a vehicle entering any premise of the establishment or offices. So the recommendation took three: adding more images of motorcycle license plates in the dataset to allow the model to detect motorcycle license plates, since the majority of the images in the dataset used in this research are mostly of four-wheeled car vehicles. So to further maximize the efficiency of this research, at least two cameras must be installed to take a video and record the whole region of both the front and the back of the vehicle. As last but not the least, a computer with CUDA-enabled GPU is recommended to increase the processing speed of this system. I think that's all. And thank you for listening. Thank you, Ma'am.
All right. So indeed, another insight gained from Dr. Pastor, which he talked about another application of artificial intelligence. Indeed, AI is progressing. So thank you very much, sir, for that. Thank you for sharing with us your research. This time, let us hear from our session chair, who is a faculty researcher at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He is a professional computer engineer certified by Computer Engineering Certification Board of the Philippines. He is also a doctor in engineering management candidate. He is a member and officer of Institute of Computer Engineers of the Philippines Singapore chapter. He also published number of researches under Scopus Index journals. He is a computer engineering expert and a full-time faculty of Institute of Technology. Let us all welcome Engineer Jose Marie B. Dipay for his talk about IT project management. Sir?
So, good afternoon po. Afternoon. My project is about IT project management, a practical approach. So what is IT project management? Information technology is the use of computers to store, retrieve, transmit, and manipulate data or information. IT is typically used within the context of business operation as opposed to personal or entertainment technology. An information technology system is generally an information system, a communication system, or more specifically speaking, a computer system. So IT project management is used in the process leading of the work of a team, and it is widely used in the different companies. It's used to different IT industries. So why do we need to employ project management in the IT industry? So typical IT projects with global teams, like application development, mobile development, automation system, logistics, supply chain, Internet of Things, process improvement system, aviation, modeling system, BIM system, neurocognitive science modeling system, space modeling system, 3D modeling in healthcare system, and also in game development, entertainment media, like in casino, animation, smart farming system in agriculture, aquaculture, breeding, gene selection, robotics, and artificial intelligence. In terms of globalization, globalization is the word used to describe the growing interdependence of the world's economies, cultures, and population brought about by cross-border trade in goods and services, technology, and flows of investment, people, and information. And then for the remote teams, separated by geographical location and various time zones. So IT project use severally in remote teams. So it is used in different geographical location in various time zones. So why projects are awarded overseas? So in technical expertise, experience on similar or related project accepted and completed. Resource, human, technological, and facilities needed to execute the project at a competitive cost. Then favorable legal framework in case of project disputes to the investor or sponsor. IT projects with international stakeholders, intercontinental hotel groups, project teams, Singapore and United Kingdom. So there are different in IT project management, they're using different platforms like ITIL, Agile, and then IT projects with international stakeholders, German, European, is called Singapore. So this is one of the example. The German, European is called Singapore. Partners with international stakeholders. Singapore Institute of Management, they're using different IT project management platform. Nanya Academy of Fine Arts, skill set of an IT project manager. So this the example is skill. In the middle, the skill after the risk management, problem solving, organization, negotiating, time management, leadership, and communication. IT procurement management. As a project manager, you must procure project resources to a reliable partner. Selection of partners or vendors. So it must track record previous and current clients and financial sound of the company. So procurement is the most important things when you buy your equipment or your facilities to your project to become successful. Project charter example. So this example of a project charter. Example is the project name, project sponsor, project manager, who is the project manager. Date of project approval, late revision date. Then the project description of project, scope, the scope of the project. Then the business case, constraint in priority order, time, for example, 4 months, budget, how much is the budget, the scope, the quality, and what are the project deliverables, benefits, then key performance indicator, the KPI, baseline, goal, steering committee, and then the key stakeholders, the name and the success criteria. So for the example of the activity 1 project charter group work, so this the example is the project name, description, scope, business case, constraints, what are the time, budget, scope, and quality, and then so on. Then for the project schedule, overall view of the project deliverables activities. So this is the example of the Gantt chart of the project schedule, deliverables and activities. Example, online customer release. So what time? January, February. Their deliverables and activities timeline. Work breakdown structure, WBS. Example of the work plan schedule on the right side. Manuscript, light book, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. For the documentation, edit book, publish book, chapter 1, and so on. So activity 2, group work. Then IT procurement management, activity 2, group work. Example of the bills of materials used in project management, procurement. Then another thing is the minutes of the meeting as a attachment in your documentation. Activity for group work. So these are very important thing in creating a project management. In the below points of note, what are the notes needed in the project management? Then the issue logs. What are the issue encountered in your project? Change request template form. So it is indicated the project name, change zone, impact of change, proposed action, then status and review, approved or rejected. Then example is sign up document, user acceptance test sign up form. Then another thing is the sign up section, where it is indicated the project details, project team, project UAT details, support date, then the SIM project team. Then the IT project manager average salary. So what are the hottest tech jobs are paying? So example in cybersecurity analyst, it is worth $90,000 in the 50th, $110,000, $130,000, and $100,000. In the technology risk manager is the percentile, data scientist, project manager, and software developer. Then project manager salaries as per job titles, $108,000, senior project, construction, technical, and project manager. So this source is from the Project Management Institute 2013 salary survey. So thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you very much, Engineer Jose. So from artificial intelligence, we have shifted to IT project management, but of course we can always combine the two, right, Engineer Jose? Okay, so thank you. And now we're going to begin answering the questions from our participants. I hope our speakers, our session chairs and presenters are still here for the question and answer session. If you have questions, you may now click the raise hand button to be recognized to speak, or you may type your questions in the chat box. So our dear participants, the question and answer session is now open. Do you have any questions? Is Dr. Neil Balba still here in the platform? Dr. Neil, are you still here with us? Okay. All right, so I think we do not have any questions from our participants except a request from Sir Apolinar to have a copy of the materials presented, particularly the one presented by Dr. Neil Balba about capstone project. All right, so, okay, I think, yes. So Ma'am Priyanka said, okay. So Sir Apolinar, we will be sharing with you the presentation of Dr. Neil. So anything else? Any questions from our dear participants? All right, so I think we do not have questions from the participants. So we are now ready to give our awards. Okay, so we shall be awarding 2 best papers and 1 best presentation from our technical session presenters. Okay. All right, Ma'am Priyanka, can I now announce the awards?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
All right, so for the best paper award, the best paper award goes to Sir Sherwin D. Glorioso and Ma'am Telma D. Palawag with the research title, Design of IoT Architectural Framework for Indoor Vertical Farming Automation with Real-Time Monitoring for ASCOT. So congratulations to Sir Sherwin. Of course, the International Conference on Information Technology and Communication Engineering would like to award the Certificate of Best Paper for your exceptional paper or research work titled Design of IoT architectural framework for indoor vertical farming automation with real-time monitoring for ASCOT, presented during the ICITCE conference held virtually at Manila, Philippines on the 30th of March 2022. Congratulations, Sir Sherwin. Okay, so we have one more best paper.
Thank you so much po.
You're welcome, sir. All right. So we will be sending you your certificate through your email, Sir Sherwin. Okay, so we have another best paper. Our next best paper goes to the paper of Ma'am Nurhayati. Okay, so the International Conference on IT and Communication Engineering would like to award the Certificate of Best Paper for your exceptional research work titled Decision Support System to Identify Humans' Skin Type Using Path Analysis and C4.5 Algorithm. Okay, presented during the International Conference on IT and Communication Engineering, held virtually at Manila, Philippines on the 30th of March 2022. Signed by our keynote speaker, Dr. Marmelo V. Abante. Signed, Dr. Pastor Arguelles Jr. Signed, Dr. Neil P. Balba Jr. Congratulations, ma'am. All right, so we have another award, which is Best Presentation. All right, so the International Conference on IT and Communication Engineering would like to award the Certificate of Best Presentation to Sir Daniel Ursulum Jr. for his brilliant presentation of their research work titled Sentiments Analysis of CSU Lens Portal Users Using Latent Dirichlet Allocation, a Basis for Improvement, presented during the International Conference on Information Technology and Communication Engineering, held virtually at Manila, Philippines on the 30th of March 2022, with the same signatories by our 3 keynote speakers. So congratulations, Sir Daniel, for the award.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, CRF. Thank you, ma'am Priyanka, for this award. Thank you so much po.
All right, so to all our awardees, we will be sending to you your certificates. And to our dear participants, similarly, we will also be sending to you your certificates through your email. All right, so congratulations to all the presenters. Congratulations to all the awardees. So that's a wrap, everyone. I am quite sure that everyone here has learned a lot. So once again, thank you. So thank you for staying with us throughout the whole day. And I hope that you have gained a lot of insights from our wonderful speakers and presenters today. So on behalf of the Core Research Foundation, Indo Global Mandiri University, ISB Atma Luhur, ADLE Philippines, the Association of Researchers of Thailand, thank you all for making time in your busy schedules to join us in this conference. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Photo off.
Bye everyone and keep safe.
Photo ops muna.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh yes, I forgot. Let's have a photo.
Hi, Din Pastor. How are you, Din Pastor?
Hello, sir.
Okay. May I request everyone to please turn on your camera for our photo op. Ma'am Pri? All right, smile everyone. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am Ivy, nagkita pa tayo sa Isabela State University before?
Thank you so much po. Thank you, ma'am.
Ako kasi nag-NBC before doon eh. That's way back 3 years ago yata, NBC. Baka hindi ka pa ano nun.
Sir, wala pa ako doon.
Wala ka pa na. Bye po, thank you.
Sir, nakita ko lang yung pangalan mo sa book mo eh.
Pero ako nag-NBC doon, nag-NBC yung sa ranking. Isa
Yes,
ako
sir.
sa ano. Bye po. Thank you. Congratulations po sa mga winner. Bye-bye.
Salamat po.